Good afternoon, everyone, and also good morning to my friends joining from USA. First of all, thank you very much to all of you for joining on time. It is right 2 o'clock and everyone here. Okay, Pramod is there in Melbourne. Good. So good evening. Okay, my name is Vivek Prakash and I welcome you all to Microsoft Project 2013 online workshop. Yeah, currently all you are muted. So if you want to say something, please type this into the chat box. And sometime I will unmute you. In this program, I will walk you through various features and utility of Microsoft Project 2013 in small and easy steps. Okay, in this program, I will walk you through various features and utility of Microsoft Project 2013 in small and easy steps. We will start from discussion on project management fundamentals, on which Microsoft Project functions. Then we will go over to the basics of Project 2013. We will see how a simple plan can be prepared today and then add some complexity by looking into real-life situations on next Saturday. That is on 19th April. We will see how to schedule a project, how to update project with actuals, track by measuring variance, and report the status effectively. After these 2 days, we will reach to a place where you will be able to prepare a meticulous schedule, track it closely, and report effectively. I hope over 2 days of this program, you will gather the required knowledge of Microsoft Project 2013 to meet your objective of joining this program. Let me brief you how we will conduct this workshop. We will take 2 breaks of half an hour each. First at 4 p.m. IST, that is 2 hours from now, and second at 6:30 p.m. IST, that is at the interval of 2 hours. I would like to have this workshop interactive. Instead of covering each and everything in the agenda, my focus will be on to make you understand whatever we discuss here. That means your understanding will take priority over the scope. Now let me lay down some ground rules which will help all of us to have better experience and make this workshop interactive and interesting. Now let me lay down some ground rules which will help all of us to have better experience and make this workshop interactive and interesting. By default, all the participants are muted right now. As we are a small group, I'm going to unmute all of you so that you can speak when you need and have better participation. I request you to please keep yourself muted. You still have a problem? Okay. Hello. 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 Are you getting me now? Yes. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry for all. I think it is today. It's getting problematic on the voice side. Let me repeat this. So because it's important. Now let me lay down some ground rules which will help all of us to have better experience and make this workshop interactive and interesting. By default, all participants are muted now. As we are a small group, I'm going to unmute all of you so that you can speak when you need and have better participation. I request you to please keep yourself muted. Mute when you need to speak and mute again when you are done. When you have a question and something is in progress, please write down your question in the chat box instead of holding it and waiting for the right time. Please send the questions to everyone so that every person know the question. I will pause time to time and answer your questions from chat box. Sometimes it may happen that you may not realize that you are unmuted. In such cases, I will point this out, and if I see no action, I will mute you from my side. But that will not stop you to unmute you later. So let's start and make this workshop interactive and discussion oriented. Ask questions, bring up the points you find difficult to understand, and relate the learning with your practical experience. I hope you will enjoy the workshop and will take away valuable learnings that will help you at work. There is a fair possibility that you may get disconnected sometime. Do not worry too much. Just join again using the same link. Please use same email ID and signature of your name to log in again. There is a fair possibility that I also get disconnected. In such case, you may stop hearing me or page may not refresh. Kindly hold on and wait for some time. I will join back in some time or as soon as possible. We have provided you with the handouts. I hope you all have downloaded them. These handouts are writable. You can, in the PDF, you can go and enable the comments. The comment section will be enabled. You can use various constitutes of comments section to write comments on the handouts and save them for your reference later. Okay. So I'm going to unmute you first. And request you to please keep yourself muted. Please mute yourself. Only unmute when you need to speak. Only unmute when you need to speak. Okay. Okay. Now we will start with the round of introduction. To keep it short, we will limit our introduction to the information relevant to this session. So you need to speak out your name, this is your location, your role, years of experience in project management, your experience with Microsoft project if you have any. Okay, one or two key takeaway that you can use to test the success of this program. Venkat, you need to mute yourself. Venkat, please mute yourself. So for you to remember, let me put these parameters on the screen. Okay, what we do, we will start from the top. So, and we'll go one by one, and because people are listed alphabetically. Yeah, no problem. You can type this down into the chat box also. Okay, so we'll go from the top, and because the names are listed alphabetically. I will request Ajay. I looking offline, so let's start from Avinash.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes, very much.
Hello, are you able to hear me? Very much. Okay. So my name is Avinash Matre, and I am in Atlanta, Georgia. I have been doing project management for about 10 plus years now. I have been in IT industry for about 25 plus years. But lately I've been doing only the project management. I use Microsoft Project, the previous version, not the 2010, but even earlier than that. Unfortunately, I was not keeping up with pace with changes in the latest versions, because last 4 years I have been using Agile project management methodology, where we use a different tool other than Microsoft Project, and that is Jira from Atlassian and or version 1. So that keeps me away from keeping my knowledge up to date, and I'm looking forward to gain some more here. And thanks to Vivek to organize this.
Okay, so Avinash, you are in software industry.
Okay, so Avinash, you're in software industry. Yes.
Okay, and you have worked on 2007.
Okay, and you have worked on
2007.
Yes, 2007. I don't remember exactly, or maybe a little earlier than that.
So, two things which I want to ask. One is what prepares you to run this program?
What prepares you to run this program?
And second is what kind of issues you face when you use the earlier version?
Actually, Vivek, I could not hear your question completely. Maybe the voice was breaking, but I may understand.
Let me repeat. Let me repeat. What problems you face when you use earlier Microsoft project version, and I missed what exactly I was asking, but at least you can talk about that.
Okay. Actually, the problem is that I would not. The tool itself was not that intuitive enough for everyone to, other than in the PM community, to understand. So in the organization, when I, as a project manager, they used to work on it, other people found very tough to adjust it, so they reverted back to simple Excel spreadsheet. And even from my side, I found that the type of work that I was doing, I could pick up an Excel sheet and get something done faster than what I would do in Microsoft Project. Microsoft Project obviously has advantages, but for simple tasks, Excel did the job. And again, those who were not having Microsoft Project installed on their desktop, they were not able to see the entire project. And again, it was not intuitive enough, so we had to revert back to Microsoft Excel. But that's only the Microsoft Project point of view. But again, when we create the other software like Jira and or version 1, that served a purpose of Agile project management methodology. So I would not say that there is something wrong with the Microsoft project. It's just that not everyone in the organization is using it.
Okay, got it. So So what happens actually? This is a very common thing which Avinash has just stated. And let me tell you, this just happened if you don't take training in Microsoft project and start doing it, and this is how it turned out to be. If you have some luxury time, you may do some R&D and still manage it, but if you are going through a little tough time where the time is a problem, you will definitely dump MS project and will pick up the Excel, because it requires some understanding skills to use it. And once you capture that, I can tell you, you will dump Excel and you will use only Microsoft project. And I hope after these 2 days, you will see that it is much easier to use MS project, and it was much more powerful, and it will solve your many problems which you will be facing when using Excel. Because Excel is a kind of everything you need to do. Excel will not do anything. So if any changes come into the project, it will not show you how it is impacting your project, while the MS project will show you how it is impacting the project. Anyway, so we will take all these things. I hope these problems will be addressed during this workshop, and I hope you will be having a better experience tomorrow when you use this. Okay, so let's go back to Ajay, because Ajay has joined back, and let's have an introduction from Ajay.
Hello everybody, I'm Ajay.
Ajay.
Presently I'm working for Infor. I hope everybody can hear me.
Yes. Please go ahead.
And my location is Hyderabad, and my role presently is a development project manager. I have totally 10 years of experience. I'm talking about 10 years as a project management, and prior to that I was working as a BA for oil and gas industry. And my experience with Microsoft project was when I was with a consulting organization, but since the time I have shifted to a development company, it's got very minimal, like I'm more working on Jiras and other tools. So I just wanted to renew my exposure and my practice with Microsoft project, because I felt like it may be required for me in the future, and it's always good to have that thing. I felt like I was missing out on that experience and all. That's the reason I'm here on this program. And my takeaway would be to just brush up with the latest Microsoft 2013 which has come, because the last I had worked was with Microsoft 2007. So I'm looking forward to brushing up my knowledge with Microsoft.
Okay, great. So Ajay, I would also ask you one question from you. When you use Jira and other tools,
yeah,
where you find that you are constrained, or there are issues, or where the constraint is actually in managing the projects?
The reason I'm using Jira is like, my right now is the product development. So our project is more of a program based, like, so the projects which are there in the programs are small projects, like it's more got to do with the agile methodology. So in that I did not have much to set up the MPP projects and all. Like when I was working with SAP, when I was working with SAP technology, so it was more of a waterfall method. So I felt like it was more in tune with that methodology which I was working, because we had a longer project, longer stint, longer duration, and then I could really plan out the projects and all. Whereas in my development stint, like it's more of a short-term time frame, and by the time you finish off, you are moving into another project, like So it's got right now my experience is more with your day-to-day agile methodology, where you have a stand-up meeting and you just try to put everything down in Jira's keep a track of the issues in the Jira tool, where everybody, all the team members are also having the access to it, so all the updation to take place in Jira itself. So I don't get much of an exposure to work into MPP. So I think it's got to do with the change of the the work part, like I think product development is more or in case this is enhancement or something.
Ajay, I
So
find
that is my feeling. I don't know.
I agree with you.
I may be wrong about
Just
it.
my question was just like that. That did you face any kind of constraint when managing the project? Idea is that to understand that what are the constraints here, and is this constraint can be resolved with the MS project or not? That was actually I'm trying to understand that what was the
I was just
yeah.
I'm telling because when you look at the projects in small projects, but when you look at the larger picture, it's more of a program. So I think if I look at my product development as a program, then in that case I think your your Microsoft project is really a requirement. Like you can't do with Jira's and all, because Jira's is just a issue tool and all. Like, but if you're looking at the larger picture of having an end-to-end product life cycle for a complete product development, then I think MVP plays a larger role in all. And in that regard, I feel like there is a constraint when I'm not using MVP. I hope that answers that question.
So
because Jira is just an escalation
software development
issue
project.
Escalation. You are just keeping a track of the issues. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but when I'm looking at the program level, at the higher level, then I need to track down all the things in the MVP, which I plan to do it like soon, because right now things are at a very smaller level, but when it gets bigger, then I think definitely MPP would have a better control over the whole program, like because as I said, now that it's no longer project based, like it's at the program level where you have multiple projects, like smaller projects, like. So I think in that scenario, MPP works far effectively from my previous experience that I can watch for it.
Okay, got it. So your primary purpose here to get updated on the latest things in MS project in 2013, and definitely you will be looking for that. If there's some positions coming up where it is required, you already know it.
Yep.
Okay, let's go to Ganesh.
Hi everybody, good afternoon. My name is Ganesh Kulkarni. I'm located in Gurgaon, New Delhi. I'm in basically in a technical role. Not too much of project management to be done, but it is basically heading a technical team. And I have years of experience for about 12 to 13 years. Project management, we have very smaller projects, so but people are located in different, this profile could be different. People are located in different locations, and they're reporting into me, and then we are running a few projects which is related to research and development, some with small modification projects and all. So I don't have any experience on Microsoft projects. So this email came to me, and I thought, okay, if I can make my life more efficient and effective and get everything more organized, that is why I was looking for this Microsoft project.
Krish, your projects are also software projects, right?
Yeah, I'm done. No, my projects are not software projects. My projects are basically I'm in a industry. I'm in a food industry. I'm in a food processing industry basically.
Processing industry.
Yeah, food processing industry.
So I would like to know what kind of projects you have, or what kind of work you do.
So this will be on-ground projects, ongoing projects, which is like erection projects could be there. Then there could be a projects which is related to a product development in a food industry, or there could be a project which is a customer-led projects. So where a company like ITC or Britannia, or they will be giving some projects, so where we need to collect a lot of inputs, okay, from different people, and then we should be able to predict when we will be able to finish.
Okay. Fine. So, Ganesh, you want to use MS Project in managing these projects which you're talking about? Okay.
Yeah, I want to use MS Project for this project. I just wanted to leverage, just wanted to learn more about it, so that how efficiently and effectively we can work for that.
Fair enough. Let's go to Pramod. Let me speak out. Let me speak out for Pramod. Okay, Pramod Paul. Moved to Melbourne recently, Senior Program Manager Unisys. Regular user of Microsoft Project, MSPS SME. Okay. 15 years of IT project management experience and advanced user in MS Project. That is I think he want to become advanced user of Microsoft Project. Okay, great. So I look forward for more contribution from Pramod, because he is an experience of Microsoft Project. So wherever possible, I will like if Pramod, if you can contribute from your experience, that how do you find or how you manage a specific situation, or what kind of problems are coming to you. And or if you can talk about some of the problems which you are facing with Microsoft Project, maybe we'll try to handle them during our sessions. Okay, one question which Ajay is talking about, one point which I missed out was with respect to EVM. For my program project, which I need to start tracking for my projects. Okay. Ajay, this EVM is not part of or of the standard agenda of this program. We will look into, if we get some time. I will like to demonstrate you that how you can do EVM in MEMS project. Okay. Otherwise, I did a webinar some time back, and I may point you to that webinar to watch that video, recorded webinar. So you know that you can understand how EVM can be done in MS project.
Thank you. Sure.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the next one. Agendas. Jinder, can you speak out? Okay. This is
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah, yes, very much.
Okay. So my location is Noida, NCR location. Working as a project manager infrastructure, 14 plus years of experience. And as far as PM experience is concerned, I'm having 4 plus years of experience.
Okay.
As far as Microsoft project, working with Microsoft project is concerned, we don't much work with Microsoft project, and that is the reason, we are conducting this, I'm conducting this workshop. And it is, I would like to understand, in more detail as to how can I better deliver the projects with the help of Microsoft Project. Although I have a little bit of experience working with Microsoft Project, but not in depth, because we have some internal tools as well which we have been using, and most of the delivery is done using Microsoft Excel. That's it.
Okay. What type of projects you handle, Rajinder?
Projects are more related to the infrastructure, more on the network side, server builds, as well as site commission or decommission projects are there.
Okay. So computer
In which
infrastructure.
we go for the complete infrastructure build, complete infrastructure build-up like LAN, WAN setups, circuit installations, and then switch, router, or firewall configurations.
Okay, okay. So you're building up like a site actually, a computer site or some data centers kind of thing.
You can
Right.
say so, yes, data center.
Okay. So how do you manage your projects? Through Excel right now?
Yes.
And can I ask you what kind of challenge you face in Excel?
Well, in Excel, you cannot manage each and every task, right? Dependencies are something which cannot be managed easily. You cannot track the overall progress of the project, whether you're lagging behind the schedule or you're going ahead of the schedule. So those things, and you cannot relate cost and everything.
Correct.
So which can be much easily done in case of Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Project.
Right. So Excel become a static tool, a static project planner as such. Does not give us feed understanding that how
Right.
any event is impacting our project in future. And that's the beauty of the MS project.
Sure. Yes.
So many people plan the project in MS project, but they do not track. If that happens, you are using only 10-20% of the project,
Correct.
MS project, because the actual strength, the capability of MS project is in tracking the project. Okay, so let's go to Venkat.
Great.
Okay, I think, yeah, go ahead, Venkat.
Am I maybe audible?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
See, I got around 20 years of experience in IT. And of the 20 years, around 8 to 9 years I'm in the project management, out of which at least 6 years I have spent only on Scrum. And I'm very familiar with version 1 and Scrum P. These are the tools which we get on the free in the internet, so that we use these tools to manage the Scrum projects.
Mm-hmm.
And of late I am doing some utilization of Microsoft project, and it is a very, very minimal I am doing. I have not explored fully for the simple reason I don't have idea about what to use, and I am very much interested in knowing how to calculate the CP, SP to understand whether my project deliverables are in positive side or in negative side.
Okay.
And I am doing a consulting and deployment for infrastructure services.
So I think there are a lot of people using Agile here and using those Agile tools. These Agile tools which are you using, I think different people are using different tools. They do not give you the cost variance or schedule variance?
Nothing, sir. Actually, in Agile, we don't track that way. See, Agile is like, it is more or less, once you start a small project or once you start a project, we try to reduce the variation in the resource. And that is, if you look at it, one one sprint is, let me say, max of 30 days. So I don't have a variation much there. A variation can happen across the whole project.
Yeah. But ultimately you need to find out how much schedule. That's why your question is, you are managing through agile, but ultimately you are worried about the schedule variance and cost variance, right?
Correct.
Or at least customer is worried about whatever method you use.
Yeah, that is correct. But in agile, what we do is, it is a standard billing, time and material, and that is also every month it becomes very standard, because I don't increase the team size, because at the max I can only involve 7 or 8. With this resource base, I can't have a change in my billing.
Okay.
So the schedule variance or the cost variance doesn't come into picture there. So
Okay. So my question is that, this question to all the people. Suppose you have planned in a sprint. That sprint contained 4 features from backlog. At the end of 30 days sprint, you could manage completion of only 3 features. Or you're working on the 4th feature, but it is not completed. What do you say? What is the status of the project?
Yeah, Vivek, I would just Ajay here, with regard to the agile, what I have seen, we have the story point concept, so we have a story point for maybe 4 features. We say it's 150 story point. I'm just giving you an example, Then by the end of the whole cycle sprint, you manage to do 3 features. That is somewhere around 120. So 30 is something your variance part, But then you don't have the quantification which you normally have it in other methodology or in MPP sort of where you can exactly quantify in terms of hours or effort. Here is story point, and it varies. You have a lot of debate about how you come to a story point concept. There are a lot of, especially in our audience, we have somebody from Scrum. He'd be in a better position how we actually arrive at that particular story point. So there are a lot of variation to that concept. So my personal opinion is the quantification, which normally happens when you have in hour basis, where you have that man months and person month, whereas in agile is got to do with the features part.
I agree with you. My question is that if 150 story points I picked up to deliver in 30 days, and I could manage to deliver only 120 story points, should I worry or should I don't worry?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a cause of worry. You are beyond schedule.
Okay, so it is agile or any other method. I have to worry that because I have supposed to deliver 150. So at the end of this sprint, what is the status of the project?
It's your beyond schedule. That is what you say.
I say
if it's involved time and material is both cost overrun as well as schedule overrun. Time and cost both overrun.
Yeah. Cost I don't know, but schedule variance definitely there, right?
Absolutely.
So if I have to make some corrective measures, I need to understand that what is the schedule variance? What is schedule variance? What is EVM in this case? Earned value management. Your earned is 120 story points, while your plan was 150 story points.
150. Yeah, true.
Right? See, by changing words, the facts do not change. I say agile is fine, but ultimately, if I'm supposed to do something and I'm not able to do that thing, whatever I have stated, it is a matter of worry, and I need to make some corrective measures.
At the end of the day, you're beyond schedule, and you need to correct it.
Whatever methodology you use, at the end of the day, customer says in 6 months I have to launch this product. He has to launch that product in 6 months, right? You worry about schedule or not?
Very true. Yes.
So in the agile also, we have to understand that are we behind schedule, ahead of schedule? Is this sprint, after 4 sprint, am I ahead of schedule, I am behind schedule? Will I complete the project on time or not?
That here I just like to chip in here, Vivek, like here after a duration you come to know, whereas in case of your MPP, because this is not tracked in MPP, so at any point of time if I have to have my status known, I can just very well get the UAM if you have looking. That's where your MPP comes in the picture, like whereas in your agile thing, I know I may be wrong on that, but it's only after a certain specific time when you have already crossed that point, you come to realize that you are at variance, and then you need to correct. Maybe the whole concept of agile is like you need to correct yourself on a day-to-day basis, but then you are not really mapping it out on a paper, like you don't have that visibility part. Like, of course, in agile you have a standard meeting, you say whatever you have done, and then you quantify in that scenario. But then you don't have the things in empirical terms, like how you use that thing. The right word is empirical, where you can get the straight data out of a MPP and saying like empirically schedule variance is this much, or my cost variance is this much. Like the empirical part, I feel is missing out. Like
Yeah, we are not tracking that thing, which is an important thing for the customer at least, or at least for the senior management who doesn't know what are you doing exactly. It doesn't come to your project every day, but want to understand what is his worry of the senior management in your organization or the customer. Will you deliver the whole product on time or not? Or within that budget or not? Either you track it or not. So I ask a very simple question to the people. This is very simple and absolutely logic. It is common sense that if a train is coming, you are standing on the rails, and the train is coming. If I close my eyes, will the train stops?
Yeah.
So if I don't track schedule variance or cost variance, will they not happen? They will happen.
True.
So I have seen several, like being a consultant, I go with the team and talk with them and help them out. A lot of nowadays agile is so popular that everyone want to do the things in agile manner. But something fundamentals are missing. Actually, they are not missing. They are not being understood. Hello. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I also agree with you, Tajinder and Avinash, that we should continue with our agenda. In fact, we are well on our agenda. We are here to look at the MS project, but before MS project, we need to understand some fundamentals where the MS project actually fit in, and how MS project will actually, in a overall project management scenario, where MS project actually contributes to use MS project. MS project is a tool, like a pistol in your hand, but shooting to be done by you. So if a bad man take the revolver or the pistol, he will kill a gentleman, while a policeman have a revolver, he will kill a criminal. So the thing is that before we actually take the equipment in our hand, we should also understand where we have to use and how we have to use. Otherwise, we end up misusing it, and when we misuse it, we actually get away from this. So you switch from Excel to MS Project, thinking that this is going to help you, but it doesn't help you. No, yeah, this is a problem. Okay. Hello. Okay. What I'm observing right now, my voice connection to the server get disconnected after some time. Is it happening with you all people also, or only with me? Yes, Venkat is feeling the same thing. I think with me only. Okay, 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 with me only. Yes, it breaks. I'm just trying to understand if the problem is at my end or is problem with the GoToMeeting server. All good now. Okay. Maybe I will try something in during the breaks. Okay, okay, probably. So let me take you to we will extend the same discussion over this in our presentation of another half an hour. And yes, okay. I have already provided handouts. Venkat, I think you either missed the one email or that email might have not reached to you. In one of the email, it is mentioned that you download the handouts. Okay, so those handouts have everything what I'm going to discuss in this workshop. Okay, so before just move to this, let me close the introduction part by letting you know about my background. Okay, I have around more than 20 years of experience in IT mostly, but working with various organizations in various positions. But in the project management, I come from my more than 10 years of experience or association with PMI. So about 10 years ago, I got associated with one Mumbai chapter of PMI, and there my journey of project management actually started. In fact, contribution to the project management started. I was already doing some project management at my work, but contribution to the project management community started from there. So the first thing which I did there is created a PMP club, the Project Management Professional Club. And that club actually gave a lot of insight to me about the project management happening in various organizations, not only in IT, but in a lot of non-IT sectors. I participated in conducting conferences. We made a group of all the PMI chapters, and there I interacted with many people from the various chapters and what they are doing. So this project management is my hobby. And since then, I'm continuously contributing to the project management and doing various conferences. I do write and blogging. I'm associated with PMI even now. I write blogs for PMI. You can see on blogs.pmi.org. They say Voice of Project Management blog for PMI. Recently I did one project for PMI, was converting the pmwares 5th edition into Hindi. So this was a voluntary work. We assembled a team of quite senior people who come together and with a translator and put about 6 months of efforts to convert the pmwares 5th edition into Hindi. So right now, if you go, you will see that there is a Hindi version of pmwares is available. I'm not sure if other translations are also available, but when we released in the last PMI National Conference in Gurgaon, it was the first translation available. On the PMI site, you may not get it actually. Now, once I see that there are a lot of my interest is in project management, I left my job and I started doing this project management full time, the training and the consulting part. So I initiated this pmwares as a consulting firm, and the two parts I do in part of this is provide trainings in project management, some standard training like this Microsoft project PMP workshop. Besides this, I also conduct workshops on function point. I do trainings for corporates on project management, advanced project management fundamentals, and specifically when the organizations come with the specific issues in their organizations, we customize the training to address those specific issues and then deliver. Besides this, I'm associated with some of the organizations to help people to formalize their project management policies, create standards and processes, project management processes, and then their implementation sitting with the team. So it's not like you prepare the processes and let the team handle it. But I sit with the team to get those things implemented. I intervene into the various projects when the projects are not going well and try to correct them and put them into the right track. Okay, with this, let's we'll take you through the some introductory part of it. Let me look if there is any question here. Okay. So in today's agenda, it is what it is. The first is introduction. We have just completed this. Then getting started, which will cover up till the next break. Then we go ahead with the new user interface of 2013. Then we look into the task, that is how we create the bug breakdown structure, the dependencies and estimates of the task, and then look into the resources part, how we can have resources in our project, how we can assign these resources to the project, and what is the dynamics around it. Then optimizing the task, that is optimizing the schedule, optimizing schedule with respect to the task and resources. Okay, these things, depending upon how we move, may either be done today or next Saturday, or maybe part of today and part of next Saturday. Then we look into the tracking part and how we can update the project from the actuals, how we track the variance, how we take the corrective measures, and we look into the reporting part also, how we can effectively report to the various stakeholders. If there are different stakeholders, how we can provide different information to these people, what they are actually looking for, without overloading information which they don't need. Normally what we create one report and send it to all the people, but with MS Project facilitating you to generate different type of reports easily, you may like to send different information to different stakeholders, and that's what it's relevant. And we will also do a case study. Okay, so before we move ahead, we will look into this, what is the project and the project management. So if you look into this, there are two main characteristics of the project: the temporary and unique. It is a definition which is taken from the PMBOK, but what I'm trying to explain here, that is the practical thing on the ground, that what does it mean by temporary is that there is a definite start and definite end. Means when we call a project only when we know when it is going to finish. So every project starts with an end date. So when you are starting a project, your end date is already with you. Now it may change, but when you are starting, you know that by that date you need to complete the project. And second, there should be a unique output. It could be a product or a service or result. So in India nowadays, it is election time, right? You see a lot of surveys are happening. So what these surveys? Surveys are also project, because they have a unique output and time bound. That unique output has to come in the time bound. Okay, and what is the output? Output is a result, survey results. Okay, if you go and develop a software for your client, it is basically a service. You produce a product for your customer, like our friend is here, Ganesh, who's talking about food processing products. You have taken a new product to launch, so you have taken some order from your customer, arranging raw material, arranging the human resource, putting them together and delivering the outcome or product. That becomes also a project. But then what is not a project? Let's take an example of the food processing product. You have to, suppose companies tell us that, okay, we want to launch a different type of biscuits. Why that different kind of biscuit? Because we need to capture more market or some other thing. So there could be, a customer might have done some market survey. Out of that, it has come out that this kind of biscuit, if can be launched, then it will be beneficial for the company. So how it will start? You will go for the project life cycle. Okay, you will produce some initial biscuits of this much quantity, and after that, manufacturing unit will take over. Who is your customer? The manufacturing unit, because manufacturing unit will test your product before the manufacturing. So you procure a lot of all the raw material, arrange resources, arrange equipments, produce it. Once your biscuit is ready, manufacturing teams come and validate it, and they find it that biscuit is as per the specifications, it can be manufactured. What you do? You transfer this product of the project to the manufacturing unit. So manufacturing unit now will produce the product every day. Hundreds or thousands kilos of biscuits every day to sell into the market. Now, what is this manufacturing? That's not a project, because every day your outcome, the product is not unique. First of all, because you produce the same biscuits, and neither it is temporary, because you do not know when you are going to stop this biscuit from manufacturing. Right? In the project management, what we do, there are two kinds of activities in project management. One is technical, and second is management. So in all the activities in a project, I normally bifurcate these activities into two parts. One part is technical activities, other part is management activities. So what is technical activities? Technical is like creating an architecture. That's not management. Preparing a design. Actual construction. So if you are constructing a building, putting brick over the brick and then preparing a wall is not project management. And that is how you prepare rooms and halls and the floors and floors above the floor. But that is not project management. These are all technical activities. What are the project management? What are the management activities? The management activities are like you want to build the architecture. So who will build the architecture? That is management. So arranging the resource. When it will be developed, deciding the time, that is management activity. How it will be tested, quality, that is management activity. Who are the people who want to know about the progress of this project? That is management activity. And if you see, out of 10-member team, there is only one project manager. 9 people are basically non-managerial, technical people. So there are only 2 kind of people. Maybe business analyst also, but I also talk business people as a technical because they're going to do some technical work. Technical doesn't mean technology, but technical means it's not a management thing. So if you see in a project, only 10 to 20% of the time a project, if you see that how much time is going into technical activities and management activities, you will see that only 10 to 20% of the time goes into management activity. 80% of the time is in technical activity. Or you can say effort wise, 10 to 20% efforts are in for management and 80% efforts are in technical. Various surveys have uncovered and stated that most of the problems are in this 20%, not in 80%. So there are two 80-20% principle works here. In a project, 80% technical stuff, 20% project management, while your 80% of the problems are there in this 20% and 20% of the problems are there in this 80%. And therefore, project management becomes so important. But on the other side, you need to see that if I keep this 20% thing in line, if I can manage this 20%, the rest of the 80% will be well in line. So my efforts are basically need to be concentrated on this 20%. If I do it well, my rest of the things will go very well. No, I didn't change the slide. I'm still on the project management. Yes, we are on the first slide itself. So the main thing is that we should focus and see that the project management is in line in the project. If that is in line, the rest of the project will also be in line. When we talk about project management, this 20% we are talking about, you see that the whole project goes through 5 phases. PMI says 5 process groups: initiation, planning, execution, and closing, and monitoring and control. So initiation, we conceptualize the project. In planning, we bring facts from the concept. So it's a concept, we make it implement, realize it into the planning. So try to build up as detailed plan as possible, which help us to achieve what we have conceptualized into the initiation phase. Now then come to execution. Execution means executing the plan. Now that is a big challenge. In most of the project, when I go and see, the problems are because people are not executing the plan. They have prepared the plan because somebody has told them that the plan is important, plan is required. But once the plan is there, people are executing from their gut feel. The plan is lying in the drawers. Even if they prepare, even they execute the plan, it is not in proper way. Something is done, something is not done. Or if something is missing in the plan, they do it, but it is not in the plan. Now here I will say we should use the accounting principles. What is accounting principles? Accounting principle is that first you write and then transact. You know, if any receipt is missing or anything you have missed out in your bills of travel bills, etc., the account department will just reject it. You say first you bring each and everything, only then I will pass, because it's a financial matter. I say it's a project management matter are equally important. When we say execute means first put this into the plan and then execute. If we are not doing that, we will face significant problem in monitoring, because measuring the variance is a problem. And that's what in today's agile is happening. Actually, agile is adopted, but it is not properly adopted. Agile is much more than what is adopted in the projects. We are adopting at will. We are not adopting complete thing, because otherwise schedule variance, cost variance, everything is there in the agile. Now what will happen in this case when we are planning is different and execution is different, we find difficult in monitoring because we don't know, baseline is not there. So we are where the variance we will measure, and that's create the whole issue. So if you are executing as per the plan, you can very well measure the variance. The MS project only help if we are doing that. Otherwise the variance will show something and the ground things will be very different. So then you will see that monitoring will tell you that what is the variance. And if there is a variance, controlling means taking corrective measures. That means reducing this variance or eliminating it. If you cannot eliminate, at least reduce it as much as possible. That is controlling. Controlling means taking corrective measures, means you are going to change the plan. or you're going to change the execution, that is the correcting the course or correcting the plan. In both the cases, the changes will come into the planning. So change the plan and then execute, and this keep going on until unless you have delivered all the deliverables to the client or to the receiving or to the user or to the receiving party. And then we move to the closer, where we do two things importantly. One is document the lesson learned, and second is we transition the product of the project to the operation team. It could be manufacturing, it could be production, or it could be a deployment, it could be maintenance. In case of building, it is maintenance. In case of any product, it is like production. In case of software, it is production support or something like that. Now, from initiation to closure, if you have gone through PMI or you are PMP or something, this is a familiar things. See, from initiation to the closure, we need to take care of all these things. What? When? And how much? Who? Who want to know about project? What kind of things we'll deliver to the client? Do we need something which from the outside of the organization? Can something uncertain thing can hit the project and change our plan or stop us delivering what we are intend to? And the people around, your team, your customer's boss, your vendors, you yourself, and various people, your support groups. All people have some stake in your project, or they either influence your project or they will take up in this project. This needs to be done in an integrated manner. That is with the project management. And because so many things has to be taken care of all the time from initiation to the closure, it is not distributed, it is all the time in an integrated manner, project management becomes a little complex. Now you may be wondering why scope, time, cost, resource is in green, are in green, and communication, quality, procurement, risk, and stakeholders are in amber. Can anybody guess this? Any guesses?
The green one is directly related to project management, which a project manager has a little bit over control, whereas the orange one where is also related to project management, but the project manager spends more time onto the team side of it and less time on orange side.
Okay. Any other views? Any other views? Okay, I think Avinash has going on that side may not be reached completely, but he was saying that scope, time, cost.
80-20 rule, that 80% of the time we spend on the scope, time, cost, and resource. That's the 80% part of the project management.
Okay, okay. I think we can. I may agree with you that it is 80%, but I will tell you there are various aspects. The thing is that scope, time, cost, and resources, we say the core of the project management. If you see, if your communication doesn't happen properly, if quality is bad, if procurement is not happening properly, if risk is occurred, or stakeholders are not happy, you will see all these things will ultimately impact any of this. Whatever happened in the project, it will either impact scope, time, cost, or people working on the project. And that's what this core, and you will see that MS project is just pitch in this place. MS project will handle your complete scope, time, cost, and resources. Scope, time, cost, and resources you can completely manage in your MS project. And that's why we have kept it in green. So anything happens in the project, it will impact this. You can go into the MS project, see the impact, and it will also provide you a platform to see that what changes I can bring to the other aspect, so that I still deliver the project. And that is what we call this triple constraint triangle. This triple constraint triangle has come from the same four sections: the cost, scope, time, and you may be wondering where is the resources. So resources are here. Basically, if you see, whatever the money you have, you buy resources from that money. You don't manage cost, you manage resources. By managing resources or changing resources, you can increase or decrease the cost in your project. The cost directly cannot be managed, it is managed through resources. So you can also say costs oblique resources. So what in the project is ultimately, whatever happened in the project, you will see that this is the triangle which we are trying to balance. Now don't look at from the picture's point of view. It is not an equilateral triangle. In other different projects, the shape could be different. But once you have come out with a shape, the whole challenge is to maintain that shape. Balance the triangle till the end of the project. If you are able to balance the triangle, then you can deliver what is expected from the project. Otherwise, you will deliver partial or may not be able to deliver. And that is where the MS project is come into picture. That MS project will help you balance in this triangle. You can manage your scope, you can manage your time, you can manage your cost, and by doing that, you can maintain your quality. Why quality is in the middle? Because if something happened in the project which may impact cost or scope or time, I will manage this triangle by adjusting the other two sides. So if scope gets changed, which is quite frequent in software at least, or in other segment also, I will manage this triangle, shape of the triangle, by adjusting cost, means resources, or timeline. If I am able to do that, I will deliver a quality product. Why I am keeping the quality in the middle? I say quality is not negotiable. The things are on the sides are negotiable. If one changes, I negotiate with other two sides. But I do not negotiate quality. Many times it happens quality is not supreme, especially when you have announced, when your client has announced a date. I think it should be clear with you. Once the client has announced a date, suppose we have a Commonwealth game. 4 years ago, we know that what time it will start. And so time is supreme there. If government or your client has announced that I will launch the product on this date, the time is related to the reputation of the client. So time becomes supreme. You may compromise quality. very simple example is of Windows or the Microsoft products. You might have seen, or any other software products also, because we commonly use Microsoft product. Like suppose Windows 8. So Microsoft say, okay, the Windows 8 will come on 31st of October. Now, if they face any challenge, they still release the product with on 31st of October, but after 3 months or 6 months, you will see a service pack. What is service pack? Service pack means additional scope and additional fixes. So what they did, they put this into this and bring this here. What they did, they say time is not negotiable, it is quality negotiable. I will let some defect go into the product which are not impacting majority of the people. But it is a well managed negotiation. If we do not negotiate, we end up delivering much worse product than we deliver by managing it. Okay, then the things come into this, that how we are going to do this all. So we have mapped all the MS project features through the project life cycle, that is from initiation to the closure. So in the initiation, what we'll do, how to set up a new project. When we start a new project, what are the things we should take care of. When we create a new project, so the basic project setup and the things need to be remembered before we start a project. Then comes to the planning. You see the planning part is the longest one. Create a work breakdown structure, then enter estimates, establish dependencies, relationship among the tasks, find out if there is any constraint. If there is constraint, apply those constraints here, identify resources, assign these resources to the project in your planning is complete. Once the plan is complete, you baseline the plan and go for execution. Once you start executing, you collect actual data from your team members and update your project plan with the actual data. And then try tracking means you see the variance in is the project is going as per the plan. If not, we analyze it and adjust the schedule, take corrective measures. And during this time, we also keep reporting the status of the project to various stakeholders. This keep going on. When we deliver all the projects, then we go to the closing part. As a part of the lesson learned, we try to evaluate how we have done our project. What are the good parts, where we did well, where we couldn't do well, and what are the reasons for that. So we will see in that what kind of reports we can generate which will help us to analyze our product. Okay, any question as of now? All is clear? No question? Okay. So let's get into the Microsoft project. In the Microsoft project 2013 product suite has 4 parts. The standard, professional, project server, and project web access. We also call PWA. Project standard and project professionals are same, except project professional has some function, some one or two additional functionality over project standard. Also, project professional can connect with project server, while project standard cannot. Project standard is a stand-alone scheduler. The project professional more or less same, but have some one or two additional features, plus it can connect to project server. There's the capability to connect to the project server. What is project server? Project server bring the enterprise project management into picture. So you might have learned about EPM and enterprise project management. That is done through server. If you have experience on some other project management tools like Primavera, Claret, HP Project Central, these all tools are enterprise project management tools because they come with client as well as server. Microsoft Project only providing these two things separately. You can buy project professional separately, and when you are ready or you want to implement the project MS Project as an enterprise level, you can buy a server. Server is normally a background thing. Project manager do not interact with project server. So what we do actually, we use project professional, project standard to schedule our project, and this training is limited to project professional. This workshop is limited to project professionals. We'll talk about how we can schedule the project in project professional. In this workshop, we will learn how to manually update with the actual progress and report progress while in the project server environment. If the project server come into picture, the project professional can publish its projects to project server, and then project server, once it get the project from you, it sees that who are the people assigned to this project, and it send out mails to the individual team members with their plan in the project. Okay, ABC, you have been scheduled to carry out these tasks on this project like this. You have to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G project on this date at this time. It also provide project web access, which team members can use to report their timesheet. That means they have been scheduled for task A, B, C, D. So they will go at the end of the day or at the end of the week that okay, on task A I have done this, task B I have done this, task C I have done this, and they can submit it. That submission will come here, and when next time when I connect this project professional with project server, this get updated here. So I get the actual data from, I need not to enter. So project server is basically a collection of data of all the, so anybody in the organization can do this. It also provides, project web access is also providing a facility for portfolio analysis. So maybe a senior manager who is handling multiple projects under it can create a portfolio of the project and do a portfolio analysis by applying some rules. So he can see the status of various projects together. You can see that what is happening in what project, what is the status of various projects. It becomes easier for him to get to this. So enterprise project management brings a lot of benefits to the team members, to the project managers, to the senior managers. However, it also poses several discipline which normally people do not like. So it brings a lot of discipline because you have to do the specific thing in a specific manner. your freedom up to some extent is taken away. That's why people do not like that much. But the benefit will surpass these kind of constraint in multifold actually. There are some minor things, minor modification over 2010, like task path. Means if you click on some of the tasks, it will show you in a color mode that what are the predecessor, what are the successor. The complete path you can see. You can using the SharePoint, you can communicate with your team member, though still the feature is limited. There is a little bit enhancement on activate task. But the major change is reports. The major change from 2010 to 2013 is introducing graphical report into project 2013, and that's make it very strong on reporting the status to the various stakeholders. We will look into this. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Just bringing the opening the MS project so that I can show you what is where. Just make you familiar with what is where. Some absolutely basic things like there are tabs. A simple tabs is task tab contains various commands grouped in different segments related to the task. There are three things mainly in the MS project. One is task, second is resource, third is marriage of task and resource called assignment. So there are mainly three things. There are tasks, there are resource, there are assignments. Once you attach a resource with a task, it becomes an assignment. So anything you want to do with the task, you have a task tab. If you want to make any changes or create new resources, you can go to the resource. This time in 2013, report has a separate tab, and there are various ways to create reports. In the project, there are mainly the commands which are applied to complete project, not specific to resource or task. View normally play a very significant role in MS project because MS project is comprising of hundreds of fields and several rules. You make one change here and there may be hundreds of tasks get changed and different fields may change. Any task, suppose task 1 is here, it was 30 days earlier, I make it 35 days. it may change hundreds of tasks, not only duration, but the start time, finish time, and several other parameters. And it will be very difficult to see all these changes in one view. What you are seeing currently is a Gantt chart view. Therefore, this view tab is there. There are various views in MS Project, and every view contains a specific set of fields. It is designed in a specific manner to show you specific information. So if you want to see different information about the project, you need to switch views from one to another to see that different information. I will come to this later. And then there is a format tab. Format tab will help you to decorate, highlight, play down some of the portion of the project. So if you want to highlight some of the tasks to the stakeholders to whom you are sending this project, you can use some of the highlights. You can change the color code. You can change. So it's more decorative and presentation based. To demonstrate all this, what I do, let me open one sample project. Okay, you see there I have just opened a sample project, and this sample project on the right hand side you see a Gantt chart, right? And therefore it is called a Gantt chart view. Gantt chart is normally a bar chart which shows duration of each task. Initially it was only a bar chart, but nowadays it is bar chart plus dependencies plus estimates. Altogether it shows everything. So it shows various other fields also. But basically duration of the task and dependencies. This is called Gantt chart view. You can change the view either from here. This looks a drop down, right? Or by right clicking here. If you right click here, you will see a menu, context menu here. You can change that. Suppose I want to change from Gantt chart to the resource view. I want to see resources in this project. So I right click here and say resource sheet. So all the resources are listed here. I will just switch this timeline off. You go to the view, you will see a timeline, and I switch it off. I want more space to master it. So you have Gantt chart view. You have seen resource view, which talks about only resources in the project, all the parameters about resources. So I talk about that there is a task view, which is normally a Gantt chart view. Then the resource, and then the assignment. So let me go to a view which shows the assignment also. So I go here, right click, and go to the task uses. The task uses view will show us not only the task but also the resources assigned to it. This is a task. These are the resources. This is the task. These are the resources. Task, resource, task, resource. This view gives you relationship between the task and resource. You see the general contractor, then it is assigned to several other tasks. General contractor. So this pairing is different than this pairing because the tasks are different. This pairing is different than this pairing because the resource is different. Right? On the right hand side you see there is no graph, but there is a grid which showing the allocation on each day. So let me bring that allocation here. Look at this. Site work, clear and grub plot, and site excavation contractor is assigned. He will work on Tuesday 8 hours. Similarly, foundation is starting on this date. Site excavation contractor is starting the work on this and will finish on this. So 8 hours this, 8 hours this, 8 hours this. So you see in the task uses, the right hand side the allocation, the left hand side a pairing of the task and resources. Just reverse this is called resource uses. I right click here and say resource uses. Just opposite to that. Resource and all the tasks assigned to it. Just opposite to it. In the task uses it was task and all the resource assigned to it. Here it is resource and all the tasks assigned to it. And right hand side is again the allocation. Electronic contractor on install upgrade utility going to do on this date. And starting on this, finishing on this. Electric contractor will work on rough in electrical or no, the rough in communication on this date. Maybe a day before also in these 2 days. Right? The other views are like network diagram. The network diagram shows you the dependency. can make it smaller or bigger. There's scroller here. So you can make it bigger, you can make it smaller. Oh, sorry, you can make it smaller. Right? There is also called a tracking Gantt chart. A tracking Gantt chart is like Gantt chart, but it shows the completion percentage as well as it shows the critical path. Okay. In each view, there are tables. So this is basically a table. You can change this table. Suppose I am in the Gantt chart. In the Gantt chart, I want to see some other information, not this one. So I go to the view, come here at tables, and say change it to, let's say, costing. So now you see that everything is changed. The table is changed. The view is same, but table is changed from entry table to the cost table. Now all the columns are related to the cost. Similarly, I change it to variance table. I see now dates. Right? Similarly, I go and select the schedule table. Again, you can see the slack time. These are predefined views, predefined tables. You go to the work table, and you will see that everything is about efforts. Everything about efforts. The table, work table, it is all about efforts. How much is current effort, how much the baseline effort, how much is the variance going on, how much actuals have been entered, how much is remaining, and so on. So you can either of the time, anytime you can change tables and views to see the different information about the project. So this was about Microsoft project. Any question? Okay, so if there are no questions, it is almost 4:03 in my clock. So we can take a break now. It's the time of break. And we can come back at 4:30. This session will be on.
Vivek,
Yeah.
hello.
Yeah,
Vivek, I have a question. I think it's really too early for me to ask, but you just correct me down the line if this will be taken care. Now
Okay.
for a project, we have a fixed duration, maybe you have a 152 days, for a project starting from a specific date and ending on a specific date, right? It's predefined, the start date and the end date. Now when you try to work backwards for the task that you have, and then you try to give each duration for each of the task and all. And obviously when you start giving the days for this various tasks and all, the end date and the start date fluctuate and all. So how do we freeze that end date and the start date? Start date obviously will be there, but how do you freeze the end date, and then you at the same time you see that all the tasks are being taken care?
Okay.
The duration for those tasks.
I got your question. We will soon address this question. Just park this. Maybe in the next session when we will starting the new project, we will address this question.
Okay.
Okay, so let's break for it, and let's come by 4:30 and think over it. If you get any question, please bring it up. Okay, the session is on. You need not to exit. Just keep yourself muted. Go have tea or and come back, or want to have some lunch, dinner, depending upon the time in your end. Okay, see you at 4:30. We'll start from there. The first thing we need to understand here is that before we start a project, we should set some options. The file and options. What these options will do? These options will help us to customize the project, MS project environment in such a way that it speaks the same language what we are speaking. For example, in your organization, the efforts are calculated or estimated in percentage. Then this project should also understand the efforts in percentage. If the projects are smaller, like 4, 5, 6 months, you may be estimating duration in days, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, even in hours. But the projects which are of 2 hours, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, construction projects, big powerhouse to need to be built up. In such cases, 1 day will be very small. You may be talking about 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. In that case, the project should also understand the duration is being estimated, calculated, being managed in weeks, not in days. So you need not to recalculate again and again. My date is MMDDYY. It should not be DDMMYY in this. So there are some defaults which are set in this, that defaults may not be suitable in my office or my office environment. I need to make those changes. I have 6 days working. Some other office has 5 days working. The same default will not work there. So if in the project it is 5 days working, in my office it is 6 days working, I have to make these changes. So that all these changes I have to make this here before I even start or even write a line in the project. So for that purpose we are here in the Journal tab. When we click on the file options, we go to the Journal tab and we see that one thing which we can change it here is the format, the date format. You can choose one of the date format which is suitable to you. Okay. Second tab is display. In the display you can select the currency. In what currency you are estimating your cost. It may not be in US dollar, it may be in euros, it may be in Australian dollar, or it may be in Indian rupees or some other currency. That currency need to be selected so that I know that in what currency I am managing my costing. Now there is no currency conversion in MS Project. Also it doesn't know how currencies are fluctuating in the market. What it does is just show you that your figures what you are seeing are in this. So it's just defining the unit for the numbers you are mentioning in the cost column. Therefore it is in display tab. If you change from USD to Euro, there's nothing will change, only the symbol will change. Okay, you can change it to Indian rupees. You can change it to Euro. Or you can keep it in dollar. The main changes you will see in the schedule tab. You can select many of the things like start time, end time. In fact, I always suggest that you need not to bother about the time in a day when you are managing or planning project into the MS project. Okay, so it is 8 AM, 5 PM, 9 AM, 6 PM, doesn't matter. What is important here is that do you have 8 hours a day? Some organizations have more or less. Some organizations have 7 hours, some organizations have 8.5 hours, some organizations have 9 hours. Please make the changes here. If you make it 9 hours here, your hours per week will change. It could be 45 hours or 40 hours. Still 40 hours, it could possible. Your hours per day is 7 hours, but hours per week could be 42 hours. Why? How? You may be working 6 days a week. Because project doesn't know about it, therefore there is no automated calculation here. It is our responsibility to keep them appropriate. So if I have 7 hours a day, 6 days a week, then I have to calculate that 7 hours a day here, and it is 42 hours. And then it is 24 days or 25 days, whatever, how many days in a month. In a normal scenario, in the normal IT companies and other places also, it is 8 hours, 40 hours a week, and 20 days a month. This is a normally, so by default it is set here. But please make changes as per your office thing, how the office works. This is important because if that is not changed, your schedule looks different, differently, and the thing which supposed to be planned today may be planned tomorrow. Something which complete in 1 week, or sorry, 1 month, it may appear in 1 month 25 days, or to 1.5 week, 1.5 month, or 1.25 month, because it will be used to see that how much time it will take. So we need to make appropriate changes here. Another thing which is important here, that new tasks created are manually scheduled. By default, this is manually scheduled. So if you have installed the software on your machine and it is open, please make this change to auto schedule. What is manually scheduled? I will introduce you manually scheduled things later, and then you are free to make changes auto or manual. Currently, please keep it as auto schedule to start with. Okay, another thing which I was talking about, the unit of various things. So mainly there are three things in the project. One is duration, another is work, third is resources. So duration and work have units. Duration can be measured in minute, hours, days, week, month. We need to decide, or we need to see that in what units are being used in our office and make changes appropriately. Work is entered in hours. So either it is minute, hours, days, week. Suppose I say in our project it will be days. I always calculate my efforts as percentage. So I will convert this into days instead of hours. Right? Now there are other parameters also, but for that we need to know little more. And once we prepare some schedule here and there, and we can learn about some basic things, we can go ahead and make these changes. Especially we talk about this one, the new tasks are effort driven. Okay, though the help is provided something, but many times it is not enough to understand completely. The simple thing is that if you are estimating your project, in effort, like in software company. In a software company, the estimates are done in percentage. How big your project is? My project is of 1000%. That is effort actually. If that is how you estimate your project efforts, then you check this. But in a construction project, where the estimates are being done in duration, in infrastructure projects where we are doing the estimating in duration, like X work will take 5 days, this will take 16 days, total project is of 16 days. In that case, I have to switch it off. Depending upon what type of project we have and how we are going to estimate. If we are estimating efforts, we will check this. If we are estimating in duration, we will uncheck it. Currently, understand this. We will understand the other dynamics, that how calculations are happening, what are the parameters are participating in this, and then we can come here and make the changes. Okay, or understand that when to change, when not to change. Other things are not so important as such. These things, if we make changes, will be sufficient. So what we have done, the first thing, we have made our life simple by making MS Project talking the same language which is being used in our office. The second thing, coming from the core thing of this, or the purpose of this tool. The purpose of this is a scheduler. MS Project is a scheduler, and the primary purpose of a scheduler is to take care of time. In fact, initially when the MS Project started, or any other scheduler started, or Gantt chart started, the purpose was to identify the total duration of the project. No costing, no resourcing, no other thing except only the timeline. And in the timeline, the most important things which influence the timeline is the calendar. So we need to set up a calendar which should match with the calendar of our office. So when the year starts, around that time you get a calendar from your headquarter or from your HR. What is that calendar? It shows you, or it tells you that when our office will observe holidays in this year. That holiday calendar has to be reflected here, so that tasks should not get scheduled on a day when the resources are observing holiday. Otherwise, the project which is supposed to finish in 6 months, 1 week, will finish in 1 week, in one 6 month. In MS Project, on the ground it will take more 6 months, 1 week. So you will announce a date, something, but you deliver after 1 week, or you have to do lot of hodgepodge and push people to get it done. So the most important thing here in the project, after you have set up the options to go into the project tab, see that there is a change working time. Click on that. You will see a calendar dialog box where you will find in this drop down 3 calendars. These 3 calendars are called base calendars. 24 hours, no break. Night shift means day break and night working. Standard calendar, so day working, night break. So you select one of the calendar which is most appropriate to you. In this case, we have, for us, it's the most appropriate thing is standard calendar. It is a day calendar. We use this. What we need to do next is to mark all the holidays in this calendar. Okay, what is the next holiday coming? Next holiday is on Good Friday. That is on 18th, right? So let's go to 18th April and mark this as holiday. Click this. Once you click this, come over here. There are 2 tabs here. Work week, exceptions. What is exceptions? Once a while. Work week on a week-on-week basis. So Good Friday come once in a year. So it's an exception. It's not every week coming, right? Or every 2 weeks it is coming. It's not like that. It is an exception because it comes once in a year. So I select this, stay on accept, click on this, and I type the name of the holiday. Good Friday. Click on it because I have selected 18th. By default you see it is 18th. And this is marked as holiday. So 17th, 18th is a non-working. 19th is a non-working. 28th is non-working. By default, Saturday and Sunday are non-working. What is the next holiday? Let me repeat this. May Day. On 1st of May is a holiday. So I will go on 1st. Click here. It's also called Labor Day, but it's fine. So first day is also become. This way we have to reflect the complete holiday calendar of the organization in this project. Now second thing is work week. Work week is about, suppose Saturday your office is working 6 days a week, not 5 days. Then you have to mark Saturday as working. In that case, Saturday will be recurring every week. Therefore, we need to make changes in the work week tab. Come over here, go to the default, click this details. You see this dialog box. I select Saturday. There are three options. Use project default time for these days. If I use this, then Saturday will be a holiday because that's what by default. Second thing, set days to non-working time. It's already a non-working time, so I do not want to set this. Set days to specific working time. That's what I'm going to do because Saturday is not a working day, is not a holiday for me. It is a working day. So I type the usual timing here, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. and I say OK. You see Saturday become normal working day. So first is a holiday, but Saturday is no more a holiday. This way, if I want to make Saturday as a non-working day, I can make Saturday also. In the similar manner, if I want to make Friday as a holiday, I can make Friday also a holiday also. Similar thing, I have to go here because in the Gulf countries or especially Muslim countries, it is Friday is a holiday. So go to the Friday, set to non-working. Many Gulf countries observing Friday and Saturday as holiday. So I will come here, click on this. I mark Saturday as a project default time. But Sunday is working. So I can go here, select Sunday, this 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. So we have converted an American calendar into a Gulf calendar. If you want to revert this, select this, and say project default time. Everything is reverting. To make it simple, to keep it simple, at least in the initial time when we are learning some basic things, we want to keep things as simple as possible. Okay, so we'll go with the default time. We have added 1 or 2 holidays, we'll maintain it and say OK. Okay, we can go here and see here that dark bar is actually a holiday. And you see this Friday is coming as holiday. This is 18th. Right? This comes as a holiday. So first we need to take care that our MS project should talk the same language which is used in our office. Second, project calendar should match with our office calendar. And the third thing, we need to give a start date to the project, when the project is starting. We'll go to project and say it's project information. In the project information, we can give in start date to the project. let's say we are starting on Monday, that is on 14th. So I give another, you can give any date, any future date. And now there are another thing here is, you see the finish date is there, but it is grayed out. Based on this, schedule from, there are two options. You schedule from start and calculate, and by planning the project you will see that when you will finish. On the other side, you can select that I want to start from the finish date. We can say backward planning. Start from the finish date and see that when I have to start the project to finish on that date. In this case, the finish date will be enabled, start date will be disabled. So whatever is suitable to you, you can use it. My recommendation is that you always use start date, because there is no project which does not have the end date. But you always start project with the start date, because this is how the natural tendency of the people, we are forward looking. We are not backward looking. Planning in the backward direction is normally little difficult than the forward. The main thing in the project is maintaining the duration. Suppose I want to, my target date is 6 months, and when I schedule my project, it is coming out to be 6 months and 2 weeks. That is 6.5 months. Now, if I take a start date of today, my end date will come out to be 15 days or 2 weeks after the 6 month. But if I take a finish date and start from the 6 months down the line, you will see my start date will come in the past 2 weeks before. In both the cases, you see my challenge is not the date, my challenge is duration. How I can complete my project in 6 months, not when to start, when to finish. So it does not matter you start from start date or start from finish date. What is important is that is the duration you can change. So schedule optimization technique we talk about in the agenda, they will be used to see that how we can manage our duration. Duration is important, right? So we have given a start date. Listen. Now here you see there is a calendar. All three calendars are here. Whatever calendar you choose will become the project calendar, because this is for the project. Here by default standard calendar is selected, and therefore in the change working time we see standard as a project calendar. Okay, so if I say okay, I go change working time, we see standard as a project calendar, because in project information it is selected as project standard calendar is a project calendar, therefore it is coming as a project. Okay, so three things we have done. I give you 5-10 minutes to open up your Microsoft project and try to play around this. You look around views, various views. You can open any template. Look around, play with some views, set some options, make some holidays in your project calendar, given a start date. Okay. Now you have 10 minutes to do that. If you need any more time, please, when we are finishing 10 minutes, you please let me know. Okay, I am here. If you have any question anytime, you can ask me. So Ajay, you were suggesting some, I think, infrastructure, right?
Vivek, I am fine with anything because as you said rightly, infrastructure of software is similar, and our focus is more on seeing the features and all.
Okay. So let me, what we have created like this, let's prepare a software project here. I make it development, let's make it testing, and just deploy. Right? Under requirement analysis, what we can do is we can create some deliverables like gather requirement, or requirement document. Now these two things are part of requirement analysis. So what I will do, I will push them inside requirement analysis, and for that I can use this indent task. If requirement document is deliverable, I can identify some activities under it. I will say document requirement and review requirement, and I push these two things under requirement document. Right? So we have two deliverables under it. Gather the requirements, basically an activity. Second is delivering the requirement document, which has two activities: requirement document requirements, and second is review the requirement. Okay, we can have rework the requirement also, but I just want to keep number less. So under the design, we can have something like two deliverables like architecture, and the low level design, or let's say high level design, low level design. And low level design. Okay, there are two deliverables. And I put this into, if your MS projects are open, I suggest you to stay focused here. I will give you time after this to create in your MS project. Or I just keep them here, maybe in a development. Let's say we have, let's think of some any software project which is specific, so that we can name the modules name. Name the modules. What should be the modules?
Any ERP you mean to say?
Let's say ERP1. So let's say two modules. Let's say financial module.
Distribution.
Sorry?
Sales and distribution. financial sales distribution.
Sales and distribution.
Production.
Say production. I think 2 are in. Okay, and under sales and distribution, to develop the sales and distribution, we need to have some activities. And these activities are normally standard, like program specifications, coding, unit testing, code review, rework, and release. Right? And these are the activities which are required to develop this module. And this both should go under development. Right? But if you see, irrespective of the name of the development, your activities are same. Here also you need to make a program specification, you have to do coding, unit testing. Though the coding will be different than this one, but activity is same. So what I can do, I can simply copy this and put it here. Okay. So we have phase, we have 2 deliverables and the activities.
Vivek, this is Venkat here.
Yeah.
See, let me say that below your production, you have got 5 tasks. Suppose by mistake, I am selecting up to coding, from coding till release, I move it under program specification. And instead of what you have done, I have done a mistake of not selecting the top one. How would I revert it back?
If you have not put actuals, then reverting is not a problem. You just rearrange them.
Okay.
If you have put actuals,
So
it may give you some warning because there is a possibility of changing the timing, etc.
Okay, fine.
Otherwise, it shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, fine.
Now, on the testing, normally what is in the testing? You have to write test cases and do testing. So I will say, let's write or develop test cases. And perform testing. And the deployment, maybe you can say set up the environment, deploy the application, and perform testing. Right? What I do, I will eliminate this timeline to get more space. I'm going to uncheck this. Correct? Now one more thing which I want to say here is, sorry, we need to add some milestone so that we can report the progress, or normally milestones are pretty dear to the customers and the senior managers, but it will give them the understanding that how much we have progressed. So for example, let me add a milestone here by adding a task here that approve requirement document. So what is an approval? Approval normally doesn't take any effort from the person, from the team which has delivered the requirement. It is basically a go ahead from the other party or customer. So therefore no effort is involved in that. It's just it's a point in time. Therefore the duration is 0. So as soon as I make the duration 0, it converts into a milestone symbol. So when the duration is 0, MS Project consider that task as a milestone. I can add one milestone here. It's a design complete or approved design. Design approval. Right? Okay, 1 minute. So here I added this, or I made 0. Now I have to add one milestone after development. For that, what I can do, there is another option here. In the task tab, if you see, the task tab, what you see is a summary, milestone, task. So if you see milestone, whatever it will do, it increase, it add one milestone at the place where I have the cursor. So if I click on it, you say new milestone, and you see that when it's inserted a task, it kept this duration as 0. I have to just type the name of the task, which is let me repeat this. Add milestone. Deploy. Make it 0. Right? You see, we have completed. We have added it. We have a good work breakdown structure of the work to be done. What I will do, I will save this project. As an ERP project. One more thing I will do, I will add a topmost the project summary task here, which will be summary task of all these tasks. For that, I need to go to the Format tab, and here on the right hand side under Show Hide, you see that there is a project summary task. If I check this, I get a project summary task. The task ID is 0 and the name is name is same as while that it is misspelled. Okay, so I can change it. Not necessarily you have to accept exactly the file name which you have given. You can always change the name also. By default, it takes the file name. Right? Before I give you to do this work, I will do one more step. So I will give you 2 steps to do instead of every step. The next step to this, the first step what we did, we set up the project options. The second, we set up a project calendar. Third, we give a project start date. This project start date is not right. Project information, start date is right. And the third thing, I created this work breakdown structure, which is the base of the whole planning. The work breakdown structure is very, very important thing. Better you prepare it, your project planning will be very good. If you do not focus on work breakdown structure like enough, then you will face problem in the planning later. The next step to this is enter the estimates. Now, being this is a software project, I suggest to have these projects estimate the project in effort, not in duration. If you have to estimate duration, so it will take 5 days, I can say it is 5 days. This is an estimation in duration. But if I have to estimate in efforts, I have to add one column called work. So I right click on the column header, say insert column, select the insert column, and then select work. When I type work, it is the search is narrowed down and I select this work. So if I have to estimate in duration, I have to enter my estimate here. If I have to estimate in efforts, I have to estimate here. So if I estimate here, it becomes 5 days. But if I estimate here, the duration doesn't change. But as I said initially in the option column, that to estimate in efforts, I need to make new tasks are effort driven. So my task should be effort driven. My task should be effort driven because I am estimating in efforts. There are mainly three things in the project. Now look at this. There are mainly three things in the project: the duration, work, and units. That is, unit means resources, human resources. Okay. Now based it, everything depends upon these three items. Now there are two cases here. 4 laborers build a wall in 5 days. The second thing is how much time 2 laborers will take to build the same. You know, these type of questions we used to do in 7th or 8th class or 6th class, maybe 7th, 8th class mostly. This is the principle which is used here in MS project. So simple answer is 10 days. Right? You reduce the labor, the duration is increased. What is here which is not changing is the effort. But how much is the effort in case 1? 4 into 5, 20% days. How much is the effort in second case? Same. You need to build a wall. The size of the wall is not changing. The effort will not change. So you decrease the labor, duration will increase. You increase the labor, duration will increase. Right? This is everything. This is whole thing is working in this. So duration is equal to work upon units. Work upon labor is what the formula which is being used here. And this is what we're going to use here also. But before that, if I double click on it, if I double click on a task, I go to type say advanced, you see that the task type is fixed unit, but it is not effort driven. If I'm putting the estimates in effort, I need to make this effort driven, otherwise not. Is effort driven check mark says please give priority to effort, means effort should not change. Duration can change. If you keep it unchecked, then duration will not change, effort will change. So I will select all these tasks. Come over task, the task information, go to the advanced. Fix unit. Effort driven. Effort. Okay. I have made all the tasks effort driven because in the file options this option which I'm going to check now is only for new task. It will be effective now. If I create a new task now, it will be applied. But it is not applied on the already created task. So I have to meet them as effort driven. Now I will go and put the estimate of this project. So anyone you want to help me, please let me know, otherwise I will keep entering this. Let's say gathering requirement, let's say 2 weeks. I will say 10 days. One person doing for 10 days. I am putting efforts. If 2 people will do, it will be finished in 1 week. This is an effort estimate. Document requirement, let's say 5 days effort. Review the efforts, let's say 3 days effort. Approval doesn't require any. High level design, let's say it will take say 1 week. Low level design, let's say it will take 10 days of effort. It's a program specification. Let's say it will take 2 days. Coding, let's say it will take 10 days. Unit testing, let's say another 2 days. Code review, maybe 1 day. Rework, maybe let's say 2 days. The release, maybe 0.5 days. Right. I can repeat this if this is the same for the other one, but if it is not, I can make changes. Let's say production module is much complex than the previous one, so it will take, let's say, 5 days. It will, let's say, 20 days. Unit testing may take, let's say, 4 days. Code review take may take 2 days. Rework, let's say, 4 days. Release may take 1 day. Develop test cases. So the test cases to be developed. So maybe probably it is, let's say, about 15 days. Effort. Performing testing, maybe 2 days, 10 days of effort. Set up an environment, let's say 2 days. Deploy, let's say it will take, let's say it takes 5 days and it's 2 days. Perform final testing, let's say 1 day or so 2 days, whatever it is. Right? It depends upon what estimates you have entered. The most important thing here is I have to select, I have to going to estimate in duration or work. Normally when you manage the people really working on or developing the project are in your control, then you estimate in efforts because you need to know how many people should deploy. But like in construction, most of the work is contracted out. So I'm not controlling those people. I'm more concerned about it should be done in 1 month. Now, how many people deployed, it will be the contractors' problem. So if you see the customers and vendors, if you are a vendor and the customer is more bothered about duration. So if he has a project plan, because he is not controlling the resources, he may prepare his project plan with respect to duration, but being a vendor, you are controlling all the project resources. You may plan and estimate in efforts. Okay, I have a question here. So what is that? Why has been work column not taken as a default in all the versions of MVP? Any specific reason? As I mentioned you that the scheduler's primary responsibility to maintain the time. So the old practice is this, we only bothered about duration. In fact, in the construction project, nobody bothers about work. it is the software industry which has made this work column important. Because in the software industry, the vendors, all the resources are being managed by you, and you are the project manager, you can manage. You are more concerned about efforts than the time. Therefore, work is not there by default, but it is all customizable. You can make in your things, you can make the changes. So these changes can be made and can be saved as a template. And if you save it as template and use that template to start your project, then work will by default come in your things. So what we normally suggest, that if you are taking this initiative in your organization, what you can do, you can set up these options. You can set up these options. You can set up a project calendar. You can even create a standard work breakdown structure. If you really see your project around, you will see that most of the project in an organization follow more or less similar work breakdown structure. So even you can have a model work breakdown structure, and then you can create a structure of maybe you can add work column, you can add other columns also if you require, and save this as template and ask your project managers to use this template to start off. So not all the project managers need to set up the options. They need not to set up the calendar. They need not to do some basic things. Even the work breakdown structure, a lot of in some cases 40-50% work breakdown structure is available. They need to make some modification, and it will also help in standardizing the things, because something is available, people tend to use that as it is, and therefore it will help in standardizing the things. Because main focus is on duration, therefore work is by default not there. It's quite possible that tomorrow work could be a by default column in the entry table. Okay, so this is available to you. I suggest you to open up your Microsoft project and try doing this. If you face any problem, I am sitting here. Write in the chat box or speak out. Let me give you 10 minutes to do that. If you need more time, please let me know. Now, the program specification now of the production, the second module. The second module should start after sales and distribution. It all depends upon the number of resources available. So with this, there another concept will come, the mandatory dependencies and the discretionary dependencies. The mandatory dependencies are like this. until unless coding is done, unit testing cannot be performed. This is a hard dependency, mandatory dependency. Until unless pillars are erected, you cannot start the work on roof. This is a mandatory dependency. And some are discretionary dependency, which I can decide. Should I keep it in that manner or not? Like in this case, sales and distribution and production. Now there are two different modules. If I have enough resources, I can schedule them in parallel, or if I do not have enough resources, I can make them in sequence. But as such, production and sales and distribution do not have any dependency between each other. So they need not be necessarily be planned in sequence. If I am sharing some resources, I may move some, suppose there is only one resource who do program specification. What I can do, my program specification will happen after this program specification. Once this person will release, we will come on this. So I make this and this as dependable, because I may have only one resource. I may not take two resources for that. And if we don't link the task in my plan, what will be the impact on scheduling? There will be no scheduling. Without dependency, there is no scheduling. Whole game is of scheduling only, of dependency only. MS project is mainly managing, or maybe most effective because of the dependency management. You cannot create a schedule without dependency. In fact, if you look into the project tasks are not isolated. They are all dependent on each other. Either I have decided them like that, I will do this after this, or there are mandatory dependency that unit testing cannot happen without the coding. It could be in the module also. There could be something in the sales module which may be used in production, then it becomes mandatory dependency, that the production will happen only after sales. What we are trying to do here is how I am going to execute my project, that exactly I am trying to put here. Or I will say whatever I am trying to put here is exactly I am going to execute, or I will try to execute. It may or may not happen that way. If it may or may not happen that way, then I will update actuals here and see where I have to take corrective measures to put the project on track. Dependencies are integral part of any scheduling. Okay, again I will connect them together and then unit testing on the rework and release on rework. Okay, so what I did, you see that the rework will start after unit testing, but it cannot finish before code rework is done, code review is done, because there will be rework, some code review. The same may be here. What I click on code review and revert, make them dependent. Then double click on it, make it, you will see the dialog box. I have all the dependencies here. I select finish to finish and say OK. So though the rework can start after, once the unit testing is finished, but it cannot finish before the code review is completed. So I put both the dependencies here. Develop test cases, perform testing. These things will also go in sequence. But develop test cases depend upon the design. Until the design is ready, the test case cannot be developed. So I make this dependent on perform testing. Perform testing depend upon the test cases, because the test cases are not there, then testing cannot be performed. But it also depend upon the module should be there. So if my first module is done, I can start my testing. So I make this depend upon this. I can also do it like this. I can come over here. What is the ID of release? 18. So I come over here, say comma, no, not here, here, comma 18. Now it comes over here. Approve to deploy will trigger. These all are in sequence. Setup, deploy, perform testing, acceptance. I make them in sequence and make this and this dependent. You see, the plan is coming up automatically. Right? Either you change here, it will, you see the arrow here. If you change here by clicking, this get updated. This is how predecessor column got updated. Now this, I think milestone is left. So this depend upon this and this both. So it depends upon 18 as well as 25. So I come over 18, comma 25. Right? Any suggestion? Any question? I think we have linked all the tasks, right? Any question? If not, then we can break now. So take a break, have tea, coffee, lunch, dinner, whatever it is. Can you one example of SF, start to finish? I don't have any example of start to finish. That's why I don't discuss this.
Well, I can give one.
Yeah.
Let's say I started on a new project. So there was an earlier project manager. So they were not relieving him off of the project until I start. So until I start get on a new project, the existing project manager cannot leave. So that's an example of start to finish.
This can be, but
so he's ended. He's not relieved of his duties until I get onto the project. So until I start, his end date or contracting end date will not be determined. So it all depends on when I started.
you may be right. But you know, this is something called mismanagement, not the management. This is what the example is right. But this is a mismanagement. It's not a management.
No, I understand, but what happens is that sometimes they don't get the right candidate to work on a project. So they have to wait until the right candidate starts until the existing candidate can be rolled off. Or let's say he's on a vacation and he wants to go on a vacation until the new project manager comes from back on vacation, he cannot go on a vacation. So there is a dependency that until the next person starts, he cannot be offloaded.
Yeah, but if you really see, if you are not mismanaging the things, you will see finish to start doesn't work. If you look at that, somebody has to replace someone. So that person will come, then this person will go off. It is a finish to start. When you are giving example that starting, that until you start this project, I'm not going to release this person. This is good enough. This is not a wrong example. This is a right example. But if you see, people are kept on the project for their need, not the needs of the other projects. This is the right way to do it. You can do the other way around also. I say it is also possible. It happens in the real life. Not a very good management style.
That's
it is possible.
Good management, but it's
an example is right. We should not do like that, but it happens on the ground. We're talking about an optional person holding on the project, which can be released just because other project is not started. Not a good idea actually. The person is optional and he should be released actually. But anyway, in this context, the example is right. But why I say normally in real life, these are not like, we do not find too many examples of that, because that's not the way things should happen. So we can call this SF as bug independency or a lighter note. You can, it's like a go-to statement. It's there but not supposed to be used. So I will say instead of bug, it is a go-to statement. Because if some programmer use go-to statement, you may definitely will kick him out, right? Because he doesn't know the program. Though the constitute is there. I don't know for what purpose, but it is there. The same is there. The SF is there, but I don't think there is any situation where you use it. Okay, so let's break. We are 6:40 right now. So let's meet, come back at 7:15. So you have your tea, coffee, or lunch, dinner, whatever it is, or time is whatever the time, appropriate time. Come back, and once you are done with your break, please start doing this dependency exercise. Okay, we'll come back here at 7:40, 7:15. If you need more time, I will give you more 5-10 minutes more. Otherwise, if you are done with that by that time, we'll continue the session. Okay. Okay, so are you able to manage this, doing this exercise of assigning dependencies? Yeah, okay, great. What about others? Yes. What is the difference in actual work and work? Okay, work is plan, actual work is actual work performed by the team. So right now actual work is not in picture because we are planning. When we will execute, we collect actuals, then it will go to in the actual work. Okay, so now the next step we will take about resource management. For that, I will open this, show you PPT, a couple of slides as such. Okay, and this is about resource management in Microsoft project. There are 3 types of resources in Microsoft project. The work, the material, and cost. The work resources are normally human resource or the machines that can perform the work. Work resources impact the duration of the task. Material and cost resources will not make any difference in the duration of the task. Only work resources make a difference or change the duration of the task. So if you have taken an estimated effort of 10 days, there are 2 work resources assigned to it. It will be completed in 1 week. if you have assigned only one work resource, it will be 10 days. If you have assigned only half work resource, it will be 20 days. So the duration of the task depends upon the work resources, not material or cost resource. Work resources are either people, human resource, or equipment. In the human resource, there are two division. One is individual, or second is role. Title. Like initially, when you prepare a project plan, you assign a project manager. You don't know who going to be a project manager, or architect, or team member, or developer, or team lead. These are the roles. Later, people will come and fill these roles. Okay. The difference between individual and role is that you can have only one RAM in your team, but you can have 3 developers in your team. Now 3 developers could be Ram, Shyam, Krishna. Right? So role can be multiple while the individual only one. Where the material is about raw material which is required to perform the work. So when work actually take place, the material get consumed. So material is mainly considered here to manage the cost of the project. What it material, where the material resource actually contribute is in costing, because it doesn't impact the time. It only impact the costing. And material could be like, the kind of like in construction, a lot of material is used. In software, the material is normally not used, but in construction, it is manufacturing everywhere. The raw materials are used, and this is called material. The third type is cost resource. The cost resources are basically cost to the project, which are neither work resource nor material. All that cost is cost resource. These cost resources are mostly incidental, like traveling, entertainment, training. These are the things which are performed because of the project, attached to the project, are done because the project is requiring it, but they don't perform any work, but there is no work being performed. So let's take example of training. You conduct a training. Will any work getting performed in a project? No. But because training is the need of the project, you need to fund the training. What training will do? Training will improve the capability of the people, but it will not perform any work. So all the cost which is associated with the project, which cannot be accounted in work resource or material, can be accounted in cost resource mostly, not always. An individual resource can be assigned 100%, maximum 100% to a project. You can assign an individual, let's say Vivek can be assigned to a project 25%, 50%, 60%, 80%, 100%. Vivek cannot work on a project more than 100%. But a developers can be more than 100%. If you are assigning a developer 150% for a project, it means one person full, second person half, or 3 half developers. So when we assign roles, the percentage can go beyond 100%. When we go beyond 100%, it means we are talking about the next resource. Okay. Equipment are more or less like roles. The only difference is that resource may not work overnight or continuously, but Equipment can work 24 hours a day. Material, there are two ways you can assign the material to the task. Material resource. One is estimated. That means a task is happening. Suppose a wall is to be constructed, and for that it requires 10 bags of cement. So you will assign 10 bags to wall construction. But in many cases you may not be able to estimate. The wall is too big. You are continuously building the wall for a long time and cement is getting consumed. In that case, what you do, you say 3 bags per day. So you assign a cement to the wall construction with a rate that 3 bags will be consumed every day. So if 10 days work happen, then 30 bags will get consumed. That's how. As I said, material do not impact schedule, but it only impacts cost. So if you are not accounting cost in MS project, assigning material may not make much sense. You can only track that how much material is consumed, but that you can track on the ground also. The cost resources. Cost resources are everything, as I said, we cannot be categorized in material, and this you can assign it here. You have a party for the project, assign it as a cost resource to the project. Okay, so let's go and define and assign resources to this project. Before we actually start defining the resources, let's see what kind of resources we require. Get the requirement, document requirement. I think we need a business analyst. High level design, probably an architect is required. Low level design, maybe a designer is required. Program specification, coding, unit testing, all developers will be required. Maybe a technical lead will also be, maybe program specification, we can say technical lead required. Code review, maybe technical lead is doing. Coding, unit testing can be done, or rework can be done by developers. Program specification, again the same kind of resources. Then develop test cases, we need tester or test lead. Perform testing, we need testers. Set up environment, deploy, maybe a developer can do. Perform unit test, maybe a tester can do. I think this much should be sufficient, right? So let's go here, the resource sheet. You see very frequently used views are here. Gantt chart, task uses, team planner. I will let you know what is team planner, and resource sheet. So we have resource sheet. Let's start adding resources. So first resource is project manager. Type is work. We need business analyst. Right? We need an architect. We need a designer. We need a technical lead. We need developers. We need test team. We need tester. Let's keep them. Now these are all work resources. Let's assign some material also. I don't know what kind of material we can use in our project. Can you think of any kind of material we can use?
Computer hardware.
Computer hardware, see, the material is consumable. Computer hardware is not consumable. It's an asset actually. Let's say paper. To prepare a documentation, you need paper here, you need paper here, you need paper here. I think paper will be a good example. So paper will get consumed, right? Paper is a consumable. Okay, so paper becomes
Cartridges, printer cartridges.
cartridge, yes. So let's put this, if you see there is a drop down here. So this drop down you can select any of them. So I select material. Material. Let's add some cost resources also. One is very common, travel. Let me add another one, say training. Or instead of training, normally when we launch a product, we normally have party. So we can say team party. Basically, resource is entertainment. So this is cost and this is cost. You see, as soon as I select cost, these all become disabled, or this all empty. They are not required for cost resources. When we assign the cost resource, at that time we give estimated cost. Now you see another column is material. This is used for material resources. What we need to define here is how we will measure. Like cement is measured in bag, steel is measured in metric ton, paper is measured in numbers, right? So I can put its numbers. How many numbers? Cartridge P, you can have numbers. How many numbers? It could be kg, it could be. So we need to define that what unit we are using for this material. And the next thing is maximum. Max is maximum availability. That means how much this resource is allocated to this project. See, project manager, 100%. Business analyst, 100%. One business analyst, 100%. Architect, maybe architect we may not need full. Make it 50%. Means half architect is available. Designer, tech lead. Let's say one tech lead is required, so 100%. Let's say 5 developers are required. So to show 5 developers, we can write 500%. One test lead, let's say 2 testers are required. So I can make it 200%. 200% means 2 testers. 500 developer means 5 developers. Now, if you want to manage the costing of the project, the most important thing in this aspect is define the rates of each and every resource. If you have done this, on the cost side, your 90% job is done. 90% job is done just by defining the standard rate of your resource. Project will calculate itself all the, yeah, I will explain prorate. What is prorate? So let's say, what is the project manager's, let's take example of, let's say $35 per hour. Business analyst, let's say $30 per hour. Architect, let's say $35 per hour. Designer, let's say $30 per hour. Tech lead, let's say $25 per hour. Developers, let's say let's say $30 here and $25 here. Test lead, let's say $30 here. Tester, let's say $22. Okay, this is normally standard rates. I hope this is what it is. Now we need to define the, because we have defined numbers, means what is the cost of one paper. Let's say 0.1 cent for one paper. Cartridge, let's say $10. This here we need not define anything. This we will define at the time of assignment. Now what is prorate? Actually, you see there drop down and it talks about 3 options: start, prorate, end. Okay, it shows that how, or it specifies how the costing will be applied onto the task. If I say prorate, it means it is distributed over the duration of the project equally. So if there are 5 days project and there are $100 of cost resource is assigned to it, then $20 every day, something like that. If I say start, it means the whole $100 will be applied at the start of the task. If I say end, the whole $100 will be applied at the end of the task. Most common scenario is prorated. If you have a vendor who is supplying something, you're going to pay him after all supply is complete, then you can select here as end. Some vendor need advance before deliver, you can say start, because you have to pay before you actually start the work. Then you can say that. So we have a complete resource list here now. If you want, or I say you take 5 minutes to prepare this. See, when I prepare, it looks simple, but it may not be as simple when you do. If you try doing it here, you will remember it, get memorized automatically. You can recollect easily. If I do, you just see, you will find tremendous problems when you will do it later. So let's take 5 minutes to prepare this resource list. Okay, so switch to get chart view and come to the resource tab. And the resource tab, there is the command called assign resource. Click on it. You get this window where all the resources we have defined are here. I move around in the task list, it stays here. It doesn't go up. So let us start assigning the resources. We have gather requirements. Who will do? Business analyst. Let's look for the business analyst. Business analyst. Assigning. You see, as soon as I assign, immediately it has got the duration column updated. Let me say Control Z. Okay. I take business analyst, assign. Immediately got calculated. Why not get calculated as of now? Because it was having only efforts. To get the duration, you must know how many units are there, how many resources are allocated. Because I allocated only one resource, it is considering 10 days. Okay. Now let's come to the requirement and review requirement, because I know both the review requirement may be done by somebody else, document requirement business analyst, and maybe review requirement I will assign project manager. Another thing you see, as soon as I assign, it also calculates the cost and displayed it. Right? Okay. So yes. Then I go, because it is a milestone, I don't assign any resource here. I go to the high level design, take the architect and assign it. Because he is maximum 50% available, is allocated only 50%. 1 minute. Okay, so it is only 50% because architect is available to the project only maximum 50%. So maximum is allocated. If you want to reduce, you can reduce it. And because it is 50%, you will see the duration come out to be double of it. This duration may not be acceptable to you. So what you do, maybe you can assign a designer as well, 50%. So I assign it and make it 50%. Right? So 50% architect, 50% designer. Low level design, I assign to design. Design approval is the milestones, no need to assign. I assign program specification to a tech lead. Coding, unit testing, and rework, I assign to a developer. Right? If let's say here we need 2 developers, I put here 200%. Right? So in 5 days it will be over. One day. Total duration is 10 days. I see program specification. I assign it to tech lead. Coding, unit testing, rework. Okay, so what I do here now, coding, I assign 3 resources. Developer 3. One person will do unit testing, or maybe 2% will do unit testing, and 2 people can do, or 2 people can do rework. So for coding, though we have 3 people, but for unit testing and rework, we have only 2 people. So release, I don't assign anyone, right? Release we can assign to tech lead. Here also we can assign to tech lead. Right? This is a milestone, we will not assign it. Develop test cases. Maybe we can assign 1 test lead and 1 tester. Right? Perform testing. Maybe we can assign 2 testers. Completed in 5 days. Set up the environment. Let's assign it to tech lead. Deploy the application. Assign it to 1 1 minute. What is R oblique D? I really do not know what R/D. Let me note it down. I'll come back to you in the next session. I don't know. My This project is not responding. Dot. So deploy the application. Delete. No, not architect. Remove it. Give it to developer. That perform final testing. Let's say tester. Acceptance is a milestone, so we don't assign. So if you see on the right hand side, okay. Meanwhile, you can try this assignment. This. Going very slow. Okay. Hello. Hello. Okay. Slide. Stop. This project running very slow, giving some problem. In the duration wise, there are Q marks. Okay, the question marks are just symbolic. It has no meaning nowadays. Earlier, what was happening? Actually, there was no work column. It was only duration column, and duration was taken care of all the time. So this question mark only says that this duration is not entered by user, but whatever duration you are seeing is changed by the system or project. So it is called estimated. So if you like double click on any of this, you will see that estimated. If I remove this, the question mark will go away. Close this. Let me close this and open again. So here you see that the question mark is gone. If I convert this from my hand one day, then question mark is gone. But nowadays it has no significance. If you are entering duration, it only shows you have entered or MS Project has changed itself. That's all. You can try out this assignment and let me know when you are done.
Dude, I have a question, like, it's just going back to the calendars. Yeah, actually when we were discussing calendars, we had at a high level given for a day 8 hours, like, right? So now my question is, like, when we are doing the setting for the calendar at a higher level, in case we have some resources who works for 6 days a week, maybe like, your BA, he may not have a standard 5 days a week and all, he may be working for 6 days and all. Like, so is there anything like a way out for doing the setting at that resource level?
Yeah, you can do that. You can change their calendar for a specific
resource level.
I will come to that. What about the resource calendars? Okay, so once this is done, I will just tell you about the resource calendar. Or this is done anyway. I'll just show you that if you go to the calendar now, the project change working time, you see in this list there is a calendar for every resource. Okay, you see there is this one calendar for every resource. Now you can change this calendar.
Yes.
Okay, this is one thing.
Yes.
If you see any calendar, if I select architect, there is a base calendar attached to it. So by default, this resource follow this calendar. And the standard calendar is the project calendar also. So all the resources are by default following the project calendar. I will tell you that you can create more base calendars. So this create new calendar. In this you can create a new base calendar and change the base calendar as per the that resource timing or whatever it is. Like I tell you,
priority will be given to the resource calendar and then the standard calendar.
no, it is like that. Every resource is by default following some calendar. Base calendars tells that what architect is following. So architect's calendar is actually in standard calendar. Whatever changes you will make in standard calendar, it will get changed, get reflected into architect calendar also.
Okay. So in essence, like each resource will have its own specific calendars. Like
Yes.
it will be mapped to that resource. Like.
Correct. So if suppose architect goes on leave, suppose architect goes on leave.
Yeah.
Suppose this 28, 29, 30th he is on leave. So I select this. I select architect calendar. Go 28, 29, 30. This annual leave.
Yeah.
So for this architect, these 3 days are holidays. Now these are not getting reflected in the standard calendar. But if I change the standard calendar, that will get reflected here also. Because standard calendar is a base calendar for architect.
Right.
Okay.
So when the scheduling happens, like it will take into account each resource calendar, like when it does the scheduling of the planning
Yes.
part, like at the task level. Okay.
But many times what happens, suppose your team is there, 10 people are there in India, 3 people are there in US. Their holidays are different.
Yep.
Working days are different. How do you manage it? What I do, I create another calendar, base calendar, by using this base calendar and say US calendar. Okay, and then in the US calendar, I mark holidays as per the US things,
Right.
and then assign that calendar that will list here because it becomes a base calendar, and then I assign US to the resource. So then architect start following the US calendar, and all the holidays which are marked in US calendar will be reflected in architect calendar.
Okay.
So if you have multi-location team, you can manage your team with this. You might have not observed that in the resource sheet there is a calendar already mentioned here. I can go and change this calendar. It's like that. So you do this exercise. What is column I? I is an indicator. So suppose this is a document requirement or gathering requirement. Suppose I place a note here. So right click on this, and there is in the context menu there is a option called notes. Okay, and then I type need to meet save mark. Now I have put a note here. So there is because there is a note attached to it, indicator column shows there is a note, and when I go take the cursor or hover on that, I see the calendar, this will come, that note will come, which indeed got little longer. Right. There are other things also which if this, it is also show some warning, some issues are there, some problems are there, then it will show you some those things. Let I say you like that. Suppose in the coding, suppose here in the coding, the 4 resources are required. I'll make it 400. Okay, you see, yes. Which is showing that resources on this task are over allocated. So such kind of indication it gives in this icon. That means the resource, this work may not complete on time because the resource is over allocated. Means he has to work more for more hours than it is available. The number of hours available to him only 16, but he has to work for 20 hours to complete this work. So it will not be able to, it will not be possible. So this task may get delayed. The best thing is we should normalize these or label the resources. We call it label the resources. Label the resources means the resource at any point of time should not get allocated more hours than available to him.
When you do the resource leveling, that means the duration will increase like it.
Yeah. There is a bulge in the project. When you press it down, that will expand onto the timeline.
So in case we want to have a project of a specific period, then in that case, it's not advisable to go for resource leveling in that case.
No, you have to do it. This is not something which is optional. If you are not doing it, your project will not complete on the date it is your project schedule is showing. See, currently if you see, it is showing 9th of July, right? And this over allocation is there. So it's showing that the project will not finish on 9th of July. So if you do not do it, the project, see, we have to see, we have planning it. It's not executed. Now it is showing that here. Let's go to the task uses. Okay, look at the task uses. Now here task uses, if you see, maybe task uses will be difficult to understand. Is a developer, right? So let's go to the resource uses, because in resource uses it is easy to find out. So we go to resource uses and look at the developer. Six, while we have only 5 resources. So overall means, therefore all these tasks appearing over allocated. This is above 5. See, this may be manageable. You can say, okay, let's do little more efforts in a day and do it. But it is a full one person's work is extra. That means this work will not complete here because one more resource is required. It will overflow here. When it will overflow here, all these things will shift to next date. So your project will finish later. So
it needs to incorporate one more resources. Yeah.
It's showing that you need to have one more resource. Probably you need not be.
Yeah.
That depends upon when we do the labeling. There are various ways of doing the labeling. And when we do the labeling, maybe whatever the slack is available in the project, that may be sufficient actually. Maybe some people are free. You can allocate them here. You may not require additional resource from outside. That is the resource management is all about. See what we have done as of now, adding resources and allocating them. Actually resource management start now. So this is called resource management, that you are looking at that who is allocated how much. If we go here, let's look at that. If you see in this, your tech lead has no work, designer has no work, architect has no work, only developers are doing. Maybe you can say, okay, architect, tech lead is also there. Let some task tech lead takes. You assign some of the work to tech lead. Okay, unit testing, rework, coding. These 3 things. Any of this work, if one of the things tech lead does, then your job is done. Maybe it will help a little bit in the coding. Job is done because your tech lead is free. You see this during this time. His work is getting over here. But he is also over allocated, but he is over allocated somewhere else. Here. Now look at the developers here. There is no work developer. All 5 developers are free. Here 3.5 developers are free. They can help this person out. You don't need any additional person from outside. The warning sign is showing that you need an attention here. Wherever the developer is over allocated means you need to correct this problem. This red should be black.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Vivek? We have to observe caution in what sense here?
Caution in what sense means?
As earlier you explained that if some extra resources it is being indicated in I column, it shows that we need to apply resource leveling. So
Yes.
as per this this mark, what it is intended to show with the, already it is highlighted in red also. So that I need some more clarification.
Okay. See that there are two different things here. If you see here, this is resource uses view. We are looking, this indication is coming at resource. Resource is, you see that when you go here, hover around this resource is overlooked. So this exclamation sign is talking about that there is an attention required on this resource. The other thing which we are talking about was here.
Okay.
That is on the task. So this indication is on the task. This is one resource getting over allocated may impact 2, 3, 4, 5 more tasks actually. Here it is showing that these tasks have problems. So you identify which of the resource is actually overallocated and correct the over allocation. For that, for doing the analysis, this is doing indication on the scheduling part. For doing the analysis, you go to the resource uses and try to identify who are the people who are over allocated. You find these two are over allocated. Then you try to find the reason. What is that? Here it is. Then you identify these places. Then you look into the corrective measures. What I can do here. For that, there is another view called team planner. I will talk more about this in the next session. Here it will tell you that these resources are over allocated.
These are
and it will also show you the place where they are over allocated.
Okay. Okay, good to go.
Yeah. So we can assign resources, can change their resource. You can mark their holidays if they are going on holidays. So if anyone is going on holidays or on leaves, you just select the particular resource and mark them at off, and you will see that immediately if there is a allocation on during that time will get that get postponed to after the leaves. For example, just let's see this. This is June, 3rd June. If I go here, I select tech lead and I select 2nd and 3rd as leave. Suppose you got ill. I say okay. You see this becomes 5th June. This is also get impacted, though it's not much. It's like the date is still sufficient. Okay, the first row, if you see, it shows you that total efforts is 122.5% days. Total duration is 61 days, starting on 14th April, finishing on 9th of July. Correct? And now if you go to the View tab and change the table to cost, change the table to cost, you will see the total cost of the project is here. $25,778, and cost of each and every item is here. Because we have not baselined the project, this is 0. Each and every item, the cost is there. If I can go and look at the work, you see only the work related stuff is here. You go and select schedule. It is showing that how much slack is there where. 10 days slack is there in the code review. It is maximum actually. You know, slack, the free time available on the activity by which it can be delayed without impacting the project end date. That is how we actually calculate critical path. If you want to see the critical path, just select the tracking Gantt chart. The red one is critical path. Okay, because of 2 days of lag here was not making this as red. Now if I remove that, the whole path is visible now. This is critical path. One more thing which you might have observed, that we have not entered any date and the whole schedule is available. We have created the complete schedule without entering any date anywhere. MS project means you should not enter any date. You have to plan this project without entering any date. Date is an output of MS project. It's not an input. And this is the biggest, and I will say not mistake, the blunder people do who have not gone through MS project training or not learned this from some expert. And when we initially tell people who has not gone through training or doesn't know how to plan this, when you say that you should not enter the date, they say then how the project plan will be developed. Therefore, this is required that we have to show them that okay, without entering any date, you can develop the whole project plan. The date is not an input, date is an output of the MS project. By planning into the MS project, you are finding what will happen at what time. and by when my project will be finished. This is the first thing actually the project scheduler is doing. It is telling you, you don't know, by scheduling this in the MS project, you come to know that my project will finish on this date. Ganesh has another question here. How, if we have 3 architects, then we need to name them? Any other option, as we can put 250% for architect? You can put 250% of architect, or you can have architect 1, architect 2, architect 3. 2 are 100%, 1 is 50%. I think many times it becomes simpler and easy that you, instead of having 300%, 500%, 400%, you type it down like developer 1, developer 2, developer 3, developer 4, developer 5. It becomes much more clear, simpler, easier, though you need to put little more efforts in typing it down, but clarity is much more, because then I map to developer 1 to a specific person. It becomes easier for me. Okay, so never enter any date. Always you need to arrive on the date, and this is exactly what you do in the project. You don't dictate the dates to your people. You figure it out when things will finish or when things will start. Suppose this is 61 days now. Okay, almost 61 days. You need to finish this in 55 days. Your date is 9th of July, but it's not. You need to finish it by 30th of June. What do? Will I change the date? My job is done? No, I can't change date, because by changing date, my whole schedule will go on toss. By me telling that I will finish it on 30th of June, the things will not move like that. I have to move things like that, mobilize resources like that, so that I finish on 30th June. That's the challenge. So there are 2 things which we normally use to optimize this. One is we do crashing the project. Crashing the project means we add more resources into the project to reduce the duration of the critical path. This duration, 60.7 days, is decided by this red line. If I optimize this blue branch, there will be no impact on project. I have to reduce this red one. Suppose high level is taking this much time, I can reduce this. I can add some more resources. Low level design is taking 10 days. I may go ahead and reduce this. So what I do, I say let's add one more resource here, or at least 50% of a developer here. This get reduced. Immediately you see the duration has come down. Your finish date is 4th July. Another approach is fast tracking. The approach is fast tracking. If the activities which are happening in sequence, can we do it in parallel? If we do in parallel, we will save some time. Now we talk about lag and lead stack. Now everything will come into picture here. Now look at, let me make it more closer to the reality. First of all, as soon as you submit the requirement, your approval will not come. Suppose your client take 1 week to give the approval. So how will I make it? I have to make it a delay here. So I double click on it and put a lag of 5 days. This will move. Your project will become 62.33 days. Now I ask question, do I need to wait for preparing high level design until requirements are approved? Probably not. So my high level requirements actually do not depend upon approval, but it depends upon the review of the requirement. So I remove this, or I will make this dependent and remove this. Okay, it says come back. So high level requirements are now start immediately after review of the requirement, and approval is not required. But if approval get delayed, then will you continue with the design? You have nothing to do with the approval. So I can take a decision like that. I will create high level design, but I will not move on low level design unless I have approval. So low level design, which is depending upon high level design, I also make it dependent on approved requirements. So if approved requirements get delayed, my low level design will get delayed. Okay. Now design approval is there. For writing the program specifications, do I need to wait for design to be approved? Or can I write at least program specifications based on low level design which is not approved? Or design approval may also take 1 week. I need to put it here. Let's say 5 days. The project get delayed. But I remove this dependency from program specification. I use the same method. I make this dependent on this and remove this. But again, I will say coding will be dependent upon approval. I don't want to take little risk, but I don't take too much of risk. Right? This is scheduling. This is what you will end up doing most of the time. What I did as of now, it's actually reaching to that stage. If you have done this everything properly, what I have, like how I explained, then everything, all this is easy what I'm doing now. But if you have not followed a systematic method of preparing the plan, all these things which I'm doing, which is actually the power of MS Project, I will not be able to do. And I will be having no option except to throw this out and get back to the Excel. Because I cannot keep pace with the 21st century. What is the option with me? I have to go back with the 20th century. I have to live with that. Either I have to learn the way to live in 21st century, otherwise I have to go back onto 20th century. Sometimes that is comfortable. This is the thing which is actually where the people get really move into problem, and they say, no, the MS Project is not for us, because they have not learned the things. See, every machine, everything need. If you give to a worker a lathe machine without giving training, what he will do? He will damage all the equipment, and they will say, no, lathe machine is useless. I can do it from my hand. But how many? The machine is a machine, right? By hand you will produce two items a day, and that also not be that finished. But lathe machine will give you 20 items a day and absolutely finished. And that's the difference between Microsoft Project and Excel. More you do, more you learn, and then more you become efficient. And after, if you have done one project for 6 months, the next project you will do like master. And then you will never think of Excel. Development completed with this and this testing. They should have finish to finish relationship, right? Finish to finish relationship. And with at least 2 days of lag, right? Tenth July. This is the realistic figure. What was happening here, the testing was completing before this module is completed, because it was not dependent on that. Let me say Control Z. Right now, this is completed on 23rd. This is on 24th. On the next day. So now it is up to 2 days. To optimize this, you can have some kind of parallelism. We are anyway doing this in parallel. Maybe you can add some resources, reduce this. The program specification you can reduce by adding a resource here. That will be crashing. Or you can take a little lead on this. You say, okay, after 3 days of program specification, I will start coding. Possible. I will say minus 2. Means 2 days of lead I am taking. That means 5 days of program specification, 2 days will be parallel with the coding. As soon as I do this, this will become critical. This will become non-critical. Right? So these are the things which you need to do to optimize things.
So in effect, like what we have just discussed with regard to this plan is a planning stage. So when this actually the project start get into the execution phase, we continue with the same plan and then we add on the additional columns that is required for execution.
right? When you do the execution, actuals will come. Because of the actuals, your plan will change.
Yep.
The plan will change. You need to do this, what I'm doing.
Yep.
Where should I add more resources? Let's add the one resource from here. See, this gives a platform to build a stable plan.
Yep.
Right, this platform, I can see that where the resources are available. If I move this resource to this, will it be okay or not? Is it manageable or not? So I can see it here. I have to make it plan like that, which is executable on the ground. Now if I say one day, you see both have become on. Both will become critical because the timing of both are same. You explain more on linking and dependency. See, dependency is linking basically. Linking is nothing but establishing dependency. And I need to develop the develop the linking or establish the dependency as it is there in real life. How it's supposed to happen. This is the way I am going to execute. The same way I need to develop dependency here. The project duration is a combination of your estimated effort, dependency, and number of resources you have allocated. These three factors actually decide your duration of the project. And you need to work on only on these three factors. You can revise your estimate. You can change your dependency if this is discretionary dependency, or you can change your resources.
So any of the three changes which you have just suggested, you improvise on that, you change your baseline?
No, you don't change the baseline. See, baseline is something, we'll discuss that, but baseline is something which is actually tell us that this is the plan I originally planned.
Okay.
And to see how much I have deviated. To see the deviation. See, originally in the beginning of the project, I planned some way. And then during the project, I encounter several problems here and there and keep changing the plan. And every time I change the plan, it has become deviation or coming back to the tracking, the actual plan. But at the end of the project, I will see that this was the original plan and this is the actually how I executed. And this much I have deviated at these places. This will give me an opportunity to understand what mistake I did, what did I do good, and then consolidating my lesson learned, which will help me to manage the project better the next one. The next project I can manage better.
So baseline you will be setting at the initial part, like when you freeze your planning, and that will be the original baseline, and then you will be just measuring your deviation.
Right. So right now what we are doing, we are trying to optimize this schedule. We have further more methods to optimize. I will talk about that, adding some more things. And so once you are optimize your schedule, you send this to your stakeholders, your manager or the customer. Then once your stakeholders agree this plan, they say this is an executable plan or this can be done, or whomsoever supposed to approve or supposed to see this has seen and it is okay with the people, then you can baseline it. Okay, I'm going to execute this plan. After that, you don't change baseline until and unless your scope is changed. The only other condition in which the project baseline can be changed once you think that your earlier plan or the estimates were very, very wrong, and you're going to revise them. Because
That's
everything is revised, then previous baseline is become invalid.
And this is not even with regard to small changes, major changes, major changes in scope.
Major changes only, not even major changes. Major changes means you say this is my estimate. I'm going to revise these estimate again. Then previous baseline become invalid. If you are making some changes here and there, then it is managing situation which you failed to understand earlier at the time of planning, right? It is something like, let me open this up and show you that I just give you an example so it will become easier. This here, this here. Okay, suppose let's say this is Mumbai and this is Delhi. Okay, you need to travel from Mumbai to Delhi. It's around 15,000 kilometers or 1500, sorry. Right? Suppose it takes 4 hours here, 3 hours here, 3 hours here, 2 hours here, 3 hours here, 3 hours here, 2 hours here. I'm just randomly putting some numbers. Okay. So suppose what you do normally, when you travel such a distance, you try to plan something in the advance, that which path you will take to go to there, right? Or so, any other cities, from one city to another city. And then you plan it out, finalize some plan before you go, or you don't go randomly, okay, let's go there, then we will decide which side to go. We don't do like that. So suppose you decide on this another 2 hours. So how much is that? 4, 3, 7, 13. Here we don't have. Let's see. 4, 7, 13, 13 plus 3, 16, 20, 23, 25. Right? So this is your baseline. Once you have decided on this and say, okay, I am going to follow this path. Correct? Now what happens? You come over here, all going fine. You come over here, somebody tells you that if you go this path, it will be, there is a some breakage or some road work is going on, and therefore it will going to take, it will create a problem for you. It will take more time here. Okay, it may delay by another 6, 7 or 8 hours or something like that, or you can't say anything. So what do? You change your path from this to, sorry, from this place to this place, then here, then here, and then here. Correct? So instead of 3 hours, it will become 6 plus 3, 9 hours. It means you reach here with
9 hours.
another plus 6 hours late. What is this? Should you re-baseline your plan once you come to know about it? If that will happen, then your baseline will become 31. And you will reach here in 31, which means you reach there on time. But if you stay your baseline with 25 and you reach here in 31, that will show you that you reach there 6 hours late. If your customer is waiting for you, then it is something like he has to wait for 6 hours. Or when you identify that you will reach here 6 hours late, you need to inform your customer, okay, I'm going to be 6 hours late, you can do some other job during this time. But ultimately he has to wait, right? Next time we will try to prevent. So if suppose after 1 month you again have to do the same plan, same journey to meet another customer, will you take care of this or not?
Yep. It's a lesson learned.
Right? You will definitely inquire for it. You inquire for it if you consider that you have reached here late. If you don't consider you reach here late, then why you inquire? So that is a lesson learned. Lesson learned only come when we deviate from the original plan.
Right.
Otherwise everything is good.
Yeah.
When everything is good, then I will go through the same plan again. And I will again get stuck. That's what happens normally in the projects. We don't document any lesson learned. We don't even have the way to identify lesson learned. And you do the same mistake again and again in the coming projects. Right?
Yep.
Okay, so if you have any question, I will maybe take a couple of more time or more minutes to answer that. Otherwise, we will. Our time is over actually. We can close for today and meet next Saturday. During this time, what I say, you take one example of your own project, your project or near around. Use this what you have learned today. You have a full week with you. This is the first time we are doing like that. We have scheduled this workshop on 2 Saturdays, and you're getting 1 full week between 2 sessions. I will say make use of this full 1 week available with you to use these things what you have learned today, so that anything is not clear, you can come back on next Saturday and we can discuss about it.
Yep. That's good.
Ganesh has something. If we have 10 projects going on simultaneously, we will 10 MPP file. or any other way, as we have some same resources and material. No, I can tell you this is also not the agenda of this project, of this workshop, but I will explain you that how we can manage multiple projects. You have to have 10 MPPs if there are 10 projects, but we can also have a way to consolidate all these projects in one project where we can have the status of all projects together. But you have to have separate projects, MPPs, because for clarity and simplicity it is required. So if we get some time, I will throw some like light on that as well. Okay, my suggestion is that you use during this week, take out some time from your busy schedule and try to use these what you have learned today. It not only becomes stronger, but you also get some kind of questions which we can discuss next Saturday. Meanwhile, can we have the link to this recording so that we can review yeah, I will do that. So what I will do, I will some conversion is required before actually it is become viewable. So in a day or two it will be made available. Maybe tomorrow or day after it will be made available. We'll upload this on the YouTube, and normally these are unlisted, so we will send you a link where you can see this. Only you will be able to see it. I will try to make it as available as early as possible. No, I will give you several. There are several templates are available on Microsoft project or Microsoft site, but I will say don't go on templates. Use absolutely raw. Open a blank MPP and then plan there. That will actually give you more idea. Okay, so thank you very much for sparing your time coming over here and participating in the discussions. I hope you have some learnings and will be applied. And next Saturday on 19th we will start with your questions, whatever you get during this week, and wish you a leftover weekend for good leftover weekend and the whole week. See you next.
Thanks, Vivek, for a nice session. Yeah. Looking forward to towards the next session. It was a really great session.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you very much. Most welcome.
Thanks.
Thank you.